Molamishi.
Brev,
My guy, how are you?
that's good, Brev.
I'm good.
And I'm excited for today's live, Brev. I'm lit.
Yeah, I think a lot is gonna happen today, but
Yeah, no,
um,
because
you
our
know,
fans.
I've been
Mm-hmm.
waiting for you
For?
for what's gonna happen tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. So I spoke to the lady, ne? So
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, she said that they can't do 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
So they can only do 4:30. Either that,
Okay.
or we have to take like some videos and then send those
Okay.
videos to her. So television like videos. So she'll instruct us as to how to go about that. Um, yeah, I still
Let me see
prefer
when.
forcing things. I still prefer forcing things because I think now she wants to say that Kruger's drop is a little bit too far for her.
Far.
Yeah, that's what she wants to say because there's only gonna be me and you there. I couldn't find other guys, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I think.
Mishi, we see you. Mm-hmm.
Mndase.
Ndase, molweni.
Hi,
Hey, mama.
unjani?
Yaphila ninjani?
Philile,
Mna Mndase xa
Nkosi.
ndibona wena ndiphile kakhulu.
Mntase
We are
ndiqonda mandingene
live.
ngoku ingekaqali live.
Uh-huh.
Isikelelwa ndim kaloku le live. Anikwazi uqhuba ngaphandle kweentsikelelo zam. And ke ndithi happy Father's Day kuni nonke
Aw,
ootata.
ungutata Anel.
Ootata and ootata to be and abantu abadlala irole yoba ngootata. You know, you don't have
Oh,
to be utata
you know, you
womntu.
know, when Ash, ne?
yeah.
Another day on another live, I believe we'll have this conversation. There was a time in
Mm-hmm.
Africa it took the village to raise a child. So in our days, we always have an issue yokuthi abantwana bamanje respect abantu abadala. But we
Mm-hmm.
never question the responsibility from iside labantu abadala ukuthi do you still treat every child you meet like your own? So I think that's where we're also missing it, where because you're not the father to this child, then you don't treat that like you're not a biological father to the child, then you don't act like a father. For example, if you meet a young man or a young girl stranded and you don't do what a father would have done, and then later on you expect that child to treat you as their father. I think it's a conversation we're supposed to have someday.
Yebo. So ke Ash, even if you're not a father, we are deserve ukuba kuthiwa happy Father's Day.
Bali, thank you so much. Thank you so much for wishing us as fathers a happy Father's Day.
Mayabeza ke yena ke.
And Yazi, what Yazi, when Anele, what is also due is to acknowledgement. It's an acknowledgement to say that we are not fathers by
Awu,
default.
silungisa madoda.
Zawzam. By default, we are fathers because we wanted to be fathers, and we are therefore. Kaska Umbali City Happy Fathers, we we acknowledge that and we are grateful, Umbali. Enkosi kakhulu. Enkosi kakhulu, it comes from the bottom of our hearts to know that we actually can father people. But then again, what maybe again, Anele, on one of your agendas, are we capable of being fathers later on in the day? What makes you a father later on in the day? And later on in the day is one of the questions that we will have to entertain to say, are you a father? Now that we analyzed you are a man, are you a father?
Ndiyakuva Tambo. To all the moderators that are here, may you please just can write your name or something. I want to see how many moderators we have before we start the live.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
the last time we didn't have enough moderators, and there's been people that it was suggested we should make moderators. So I wanna see Ngubani if I'm men's moderator before we start everything. I know Mbali's here, I know Mish is here. I don't know who Uzuko is here. I don't know Ngubani ke ngokamanye amangekhoyo. Say X Buteo uyafuna ukuba moderator, bro.
Yeah, I think so. We had agreed on that by default. We wasn't even asking, eh?
I was gonna
Okay.
ask, but shikutheni ungafuna uvela ubuso?
I was busy kaloku, fam, but now you see I'm here now.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
Yeah.
What time are you
ndilapha
guys
ngoku.
starting today?
We're supposed to start at
Yeah.
6, but
We
people are
started
walking
4
in.
minutes ago.
So we're letting people sit.
I don't even know the topic. Hey, sorry.
Brother's keeper is today's topic. Are you my
The top-
brother's keeper?
The topic today is saying, I am my brother's keeper. So you have to tell us what it means to be your brother's keeper. You have to tell us how you are a brother's keeper. And what's the other question, Ash?
I think we said that the other questions will arise from the floor because I think this is going to be very, very personal. So we're going to need to ask people like specific questions to their lives. So
To
this
their
live is
lives.
going to be very emotional. It's going to be very emotional. I feel it. Sunshine, where's Sunshine, by the way? I need to invite people. What's going on?
Can I quickly just check up, or if I understand this question? When I say when you say that I'm a brother's keeper, is it because I need to take care of my brother, or is it because I cannot fuck my brother's person?
What?
A boy's code. I don't know. I want to make sure that we are in the same. What is our
No.
understanding of
I wanna learn
a
to-
brother's keeper?
You see, Anela, this thing of you telling gents that you love them. You see, now we are confused now. Tambo.
Hey,
No.
but makacacisele guys uTambo, please, because
I'm trying my
you
best,
know what
but
Tambo going around
before I
fucking
exit,
people.
just to make sure that what is my understanding of my brother's keeper, because it's a boy's code, or my brother's. I've got an obligation to take care of my brother. It's an obligation, but I
Okay,
do
yeah,
not have a
so-
right to take care of my friend. I can actually work around my friend. An obligation is to my immediate brother. Which is my who I was born with.
Yeah.
Tambo,
And the question, Korban,
let me
Let's-
leave now.
let's ask Umbali to step down so that we
Okay.
can start.
Okay,
No,
sure.
and-
Then
guys.
Sizaqala ngokora
maybe I
pasi.
should
think-
also do the same.
No, don't
Siqale
step
ngokora
down,
pasi.
Tambo. Yeah, it is starting ngokora pasi.
Okay, cool. So Tambo,
Yes.
Uthi makangahambi mas. Itsho loo nto.
yeah, ungahlala.
Okay.
Ungahlala mntasi.
Ngiyamesha.
Wait, that.
I lended my laptop to someone, right?
Okay, so
I don't have
to keep time.
I don't know. I can keep time. What I don't have is the rules.
We can wing the rules. We don't promote tribalism.
That's a good English word.
We don't
can
disturb
wing the
another
rules.
speaker while they are speaking. Each speaker gets 5 minutes to speak, 3 minutes to elaborate on their stuff, and then 2 minutes for questions. Women are not allowed to request.
We don't impose
Yes,
our
we don't
culture or
impose.
religion on others.
Yeah, we don't impose our own cultures and religions on other people. You can speak about your own culture, but don't impose or disagree with another person's religion. If anyone is misbehaving, they will be muted for the whole entire life. Yeah.
We don't bash women.
We don't bash women.
Yeah, man, guys. Guys, you know the rules, man. Yo, Seriously, somebody asked to use my PC and I gave it to them without thinking there will be
Who's somebody?
consequences like that.
Who's somebody, number
I
one?
wonder.
A friend.
I wonder. Gave without thinking.
It's a friend. It's a friend.
Yeah.
Tambo, I believe your question is very valid, so I'll entertain it, and I'm gonna say, when we ask or when we're saying I am my brother's keeper, we mean you go out of your way to protect another man. You go out of your way to help another man. You go out of your way to teach another man. I'll give you an example. There's a video I once made that says, my observation is that I don't have a car. My observation is that if you're a guy and you're walking to any place, you will walk until you get there. Not unless drives past you and then notice it, then he'll offer you a lift. But guys who don't know you will just pass. Whether it's raining, whether it's fucking hot, they'll just pass. Excuse my French, I'm sorry. They'll just pass. And women, of course, will not care about your well-being, so they will pass. But if
I need a drink now for that.
But if they need, if a guy sees a woman in bad weather conditions, there's a chance that he might stop and say, even if there's a chance for that. And other women as well, there's a chance that they would stop for a woman. So a man is then left to be on his own. That's the video I made. And I said, normally when I'm driving, maybe I'll be driving with my brother and we would see a guy and I would stop and I'd be like, sure, bro, uyava. If he's going to the direction we're going, I would give him a lift. My brother at some point asked, what's wrong with you? Are you gay? You're always giving lifts to men and I never seen you stopping for women. And I told him that the girls that you see me not stopping for, there's a chance that the next 2 or 3 cars after me will actually stop for them. But the guy, if I don't, he will walk until he gets where he's going. So understanding the struggle, it's being your brother's keeper. When a guy is stranded, maybe he needs money to go home or he needs money for food or for transport. I always believe that men are expected by the society to fend for themselves. So if you listen, Ash, women will be talking about, like, we just met, like it was 3 days, and then he didn't have money for transport to go to work. But if the same scenario happens and a woman asks for money to go to work, you're expected to help her. She's expecting, like, it's an expectation that she should be helped. But a man, it's an embarrassment that you are asking for help. So being a brother's keeper then is to be there when another man needs help and to make sure that he gets it. Another example I would use is, I always tell guys that when you're with a lady and you want itlof, and then maybe she says no, take the first no and walk away. Because if you beg and say, please, ngiyacela, and whatever, and she eventually says yes, tomorrow she can say you raped her, and it is rape. It will be said to be rape through coercion. You coerced her to say yes. So you're supposed to take the first no. I believe that's being your brother's keeper, to tell the guy that, look, this is what will keep you out of prison. Another thing that I like saying is, I don't care how upset you are. Never lay your hand on a woman. And the reason for this is not necessarily because the woman is on the right or you have no right to beat anyone. But also it's because the moment you lift your hand on a woman, you take your whole life and you put it on her hands to decide on. She will decide if she wants to open a case and you go rot in prison. So immediately when you lift your hand on her, you've lost control over your life. So saying this to a brother is to make sure that I equip you, I empower you so that when the situation rises, you know that you don't want to give so much power to another person over your life. That's being a brother's keeper, in my view. I can give you a number of Ash, I almost used the word plethora, a number of examples.
Tell them, when I'm my friend, tell them English.
I can give a number of examples in which you can be a brother's keeper, but now we want personal experiences. We want one to come in and say, hey, look, I am my brother's keeper and this is how I'm doing it. And just have a conversation. Ash, we're left with 1 minute. Before we start, I want to say this. I think one day we should have a live where we don't have a topic, where a man comes in for 5 minutes, he just says what he feels, what he observes, what he wants, and how he's impacted by everything. Like you just vent, you just let it out.
I'll create that one. That one I'll open it up. That one.
Yeah, I think we should have a day where we do that, where we have no topic. We just let it all out. We just vent. With that said, I hope now we have an idea of what we are talking about. Do you want to say anything?
Good
You want to say
evening.
something?
I'm just gonna we're just gonna shoot straight into today's meeting. So first of all, good evening to everybody. Good evening to both the ladies and the gentlemen. So today's live again, it's another men's conference or men's council or men to men. We are just here to talk about how to better ourselves as men in this current society that we exist in. So we are trying to define ourselves as men in today's society and find out our responsibilities and the things that we need to do in order to better ourselves. So thus, as the result of that, today's topic, it's about, am I my brother's keeper? Are you your brother's keeper? Brother's keeper, as previously explained by Uane Lengoku, talks about what are you doing as a man for another man? What are you doing as a guy for another guy to actually, upskill yourselves, hold yourselves accountable, be better men in society? And I think I'm going to go first because usually there's no one that's going to request until I say something. So yeah, but before we do that, the house rules, you guys, I'm sure you're already familiar with the house rules. We don't promote tribalism in this life. We are not here to bash women. That is rule number 2. We are not here to bash women. It's solely about us men, right? Number 3, a speaker will be invited onto the guest box and you are only given 5 minutes to speak. 3 of those 5 minutes, you only engage on what you think you being a brother's keeper is and what you have done to be a brother's keeper. And then the rest of the 2 minutes will be open up to questions from everybody on the floor, either me or our nice host or our nice people in the comments there. Rule number 5, women are not allowed to request. Women can only stay in the request, in the comment box there. But on the request box is only gents. We don't impose each other's religions and cultures on other people. You can come and tell us about your own cultural experience with regards to you being a brother's keeper, but we don't enforce that on other people. Just speak your own experience without imposing it. Am I leaving something out?
No.
Okay.
And yes.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
You can come forward with your assertion, but before you do, I just wanna rub a stamp on Happy Father's Day, and I find it fitting that this live is today.
Right.
I find it fitting that you can't be a father without being a brother's keeper to your son. You understand? So I find it fitting that this live is today. And when I realized that, I was like, wow, okay. So Happy Father's Day to every man who is a father, either to his nephew or niece, to his own children, or to abantwana bakameza, your neighbor's kids. To any man that takes responsibility and says, when I'm needed, I'm willing to come through. To that man, I don't care if it was your sperm that created that kid or not. As long as you take responsibility, big up to you.
All right.
You can come in, Ash.
Okay. So the live is not restricted to Only English. Only me and Anele are forced to speak English because we are the hosts. But anyone who comes on the comment box, listen, ungabulabula stonga, niko amba chivenda, ningathetha isiXhosa, lekabulala Sepedi, anything. But there's going to be a translator that we have. Her name is Andy. So whenever you see a comment that is made by Andy, please understand that she's not stating your own opinions. She's just summarizing whoever is currently speaking in the guest box. Okay. So one more time, good evening to everybody. The topic today is Am I my brother's keeper? So I think I'm just gonna go first. So for me, Anele and everybody, hi Tatops. So for
I
me,
like it,
I
the
think
tops.
Nkosi yami. So for me, there's levels to this being my brother's keeper. For me, the first
Okay.
responsibility is that I take by making sure that I hold my guys accountable. I always make sure in the small engagements that we have, I always ensure that there's no element of toxicity. There used to be this friend of mine who always talked about how he's dating this other cute, very beautiful lady, and then he wanted to impregnate her, right? All of that was coming from just a selfish place of you wanting to hold on to something that you know it's going to be difficult for you to hold on if you don't have any other thing going on for you. For example, he wasn't employed, and the girl obviously used to date some, hypergamy, women date up. And he actually tried to trap this woman by giving her a baby. And I called him out on it. I'm like, Exe, you can't be doing this, bruv. Because now you're going to mess up somebody's life because now you're selfish, right? So that's me holding my guys very much accountable. In terms of rape as well, right? Am I my brother's keeper? I am making sure that I am keeping my gents up to date with what's going on. We have these conversations, we engage about what's new in the streets, how to protect yourself from, these false accusation rape things, I tell them, don't go to a club and buy drinks for your hand and not make your intentions clear that you want sex at the end of the night. I tell them that, right? There's one friend of mine, also that two friends of mine that are doing drugs. And I really encourage all gents that are on drugs, guys, please don't, let's stop Nalento Yama drugs. It's not good. So I'm trying to get these guys to actually stop doing drugs. So one friend of mine has been on drugs for like 4 years, and I have an experience with my own biological brother also having been on drugs, so he had to go to like rehab twice. So I understand that whole entire journey of actually having to quit drugs, and it's so difficult for a lot of them. So I am trying to be the best friend that I can to them and be supportive instead of judging them, because I can't tell them to stop doing drugs, like literally just force the drugs out of their hands. But I sit down with them and show them the benefits and show them the risks and show them, not, I'm sorry, I didn't mean benefits, and show them the risks, and show them the negative side of all of these things, just to make sure Oguchi, they become the best men in society. And for all the gents that I have that are my friends that are fathers, I also make sure that I hold them accountable to make sure Oguchi, they are always focused and they remember that they have a responsibility that they need to uphold, which is taking care of their children. So I don't bite around the bush with my friends, my guy friends. I let them know straight up that, listen, you are messing up, because I want my circle to be full of great men, men like you, Anele, men like Uta Tobs, men like Sir, people that actually sit down and have meaningful conversations and change people's lives. So that's how I'm making sure that I'm being my brother's keepers.
So, you just keeping it to your friends, or you are extending it to other people who are outside the circle of friendship?
Okay, so I do extend it out without limits. It just depends on, usually it's rare for me to come because I'm an indoor person, believe it or not. I'm mostly indoor, so I don't go out a lot. So when I am out though, because I'm from the hood, right? So I know how to blend in proper nabantu basekhaya. I know how to blend in proper even in the suburbs or wherever. I know how to fit in. So even when I'm in the hood, I talk to gents, we chill, we buy beers together and then we drink. So I'm always offering a lending hand and an extra ear for people to, express their problems, because a lot of men have problems, and a lot of gents, they are more likely to open up to another man than they are to another woman. So if I, as a man, I'm not even giving my friends, the safe space for them to speak about their feeling, who are they going to share their feelings with? So I don't limit all of this to my friends. I limit this to it's limitless. So even gents that are not my friends, even when I used to use taxis, going to school or going to work or whatever the case, I am always very nice to ama gents. When I'm at the filling station, offer words of encouragement. That's what I'm doing and I offer tips as well. Even when I'm at the garage, when this guy does my offer tips, have a nice conversation. My biggest power is actually having conversations with people. I deal the most impact on people's lives by actually, engaging in conversations, because I always have value-based conversations. So I extend it literally everywhere. So just be a good gent, or I'm talking about me. I'm just a good gent, in my opinion, to all the gents out there. So yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll argue about you being a good gent someday. Guys, Andy, ANDEE, she's not writing her opinions. She's summarizing things that the speaker is saying, and if needs be, she'll also be translating whatever the speaker will be saying to English. So whatever she writes, please don't argue it against her, or don't question it to her. Because it's a summary of what the speaker is saying. If you have a question to the speaker, you can just write whatever question you have in capital letters so that we can see it. Thank you. Ash, I'm going to let in another speaker, not unless you have something to say.
Absolutely not.
I had something to say before you finished. It's not coming. It's not coming. I hate it when a good idea just flies away.
Okay.
Mkhulu.
Madoda amakhulu kunjani?
We are good, Dada.
No, nathi sikhona.
Please get on top of it.
So I'm going to say that, yes, I am my brother's keeper. And my being my brother's keeper is based on the premise of Ubuntu. In that we are because others are. In that a basis of my being my brother's keeper is Ubuntu. In that as brothers, we need to look out for each other. However, my being my brother's keeper, I think you've alluded to it, Indoba, my being my brother's keeper is mostly limited for me personally. It's limited to the people in my immediate circle. In that, and how do I become my brother's keeper? I look out for my brother, be it a friend, be it a neighbor, be it a colleague, somebody who's close in my circles. I look out for those people, like you said, in terms of offering advice, in terms of making sure ukuthi abantu don't go astray. That becomes my way of being my brother's keeper. However, me being my brother's keeper has got its own limits. I become my brother's keeper provided that I identify with his core values as a human being. I will not become my brother's keeper if the brother whom I'm supposed to be the keeper of une values which differ from my values. If, for instance, like Ash was saying, you are a brother who abuses women, you are a brother who rapes, you are a brother who robs, even if you are within my circles, then I shall not become your keeper. I will speak to you. I will try and show you the right way and try and bring you into line and try and look out for you and look after you. But if you don't adhere to the values that I support, then I am definitely not my brother's keeper. And that includes my own flesh and blood. If values zakho as my flesh and blood brother do not identify with my values, then I am not your keeper.
Mkhulu, may I just come in and ask, kukho into ethi you don't preach to the choir. So if you know that what I'm doing is wrong and I shouldn't be doing it, you should not disassociate, but instead you should bring me closer so you can help. So when you disassociate, do you feel like you're being a brother's keeper? Like if you're gonna say because we don't share the core values, because my pursuits and your pursuits are not the same, should you then let me be, or should you bring me closer and try to show me the positive way? I might be stubborn. I might not even see it. I might die without seeing it. But should you not try?
You should try, Nyamende. You can take a horse to the river, but you can never make him drink. So my way of doing it is that I will try my level best. I hate giving up on people. But if you are the type of person who is hell-bent on your own ways, then I turn my back on you. I'll give you an example. And I'm sorry for having to give this example. I have my only brother who was a manager in one of the big companies. And he had an incident in Msebenzini where he beat up Msebenzi. And I said to him, because now I was a manager in the same company, a senior manager. And I said to him, listen, kusemsebenzini apha awusiphakamisi isandla kumsebenzi. And his response was, ndiyindoda yomXhosa, andizokudelelwa zintwana zamalawu. Right? That one case, yahamba wrong, and it didn't go far. And I had warned him. And a year later, he goes and beats up a second employee, which led to his dismissal. Now, I had spoken to him. I had tried to show him the way. With the experience that I have in the company, knowing disciplinary procedures and things, in Doba, we manager, you need to know how to deal with abasebenzi. When he beat up the second Msebenzi, a year later, I turned my back on him. And when he lost umsebenzi wakhe, and I said to him, Indoba, ndandikuxelele. So I am my brother to a certain extent, but if awuna ingqondo yakho ayisebenzi and you know what is wrong, you know what not to do, and you go ahead and do it, you cannot expect me to be your keeper.
Khulu, masibulele, ixesha lakho lithanda uphela. Ingwevu ezifana nawe funeka sikhawuleze sizikhulule because ne-arthritis have a play. Ash, what I gathered from what Mkhulu is saying is that being a brother's keeper does not necessarily mean you should save a person from consequences of whatever they were participating in. It does not mean you should disadvantage yourself or compromise yourself to protect one adult who has exposed themselves in a situation that will compromise them, or in this case, it was a job. So yes, you can be a brother's keeper by advising, by being there, but if they have to deal with the consequences, let them deal with the consequences. That's what I gathered.
Yeah, no, absolutely on point. And I think, gents, we had talked about this in the second live, that your responsibilities as a man only go to a certain point. The only limit that you should have as a man is to not compromise yourself. You can be your brother's keeper all you want, but the moment it starts depleting more from you than what you take out, than what you get in, then it's a problem. So never output more than what you are keeping in. The moment you start losing your mental health, your emotional stability, please then don't, right? But so long you are still within the bounds of being a normal, sane, functional human being in the society, then please extend an olive branch to your brother. I think that's what he's saying, and you're absolutely correct in that. Nhlakanipho?
Before I
My
let
brother,
before I
my
let in Nhlakanipho, there's a question I once asked to my friend. Everybody can listen to it and you just play around with it. Then I'll let Nhlakanipho in. So the question is, let's say Ash, like your son had a girl over, and maybe you overheard this, or I don't know how you know, but you're the only person who knows, except your son and the girl he had over, that your son raped that girl that night. And the girl went to open a case. But maybe the girl is not likely to win this case because there's no evidence proving whatever she claims happened. And your son actually has a good case to prove that he didn't do this. But you, as the father, knows that he actually did. What do you do then? You can just think about it. Tlanipo, please come in.
evening, brothers. First of all, I wanna say Happy Father's Day to all men who are there supporting their kids. Happy Father's Day,
Thank you
guys.
very much,
My
Tlanipo.
brother,
Are you your brother's keeper?
yes, my brother. I am my brother. I won't lie to you. But the reason why I end up requesting is because I wanted to comment on something. Our boundaries when it comes to our brothers, I'm gonna be honest with you, my brother, they are unfair. I will make this simple example for you. Ash today, if he's being accused of rape, even if he's not guilty, you will see men, our brothers, out of court against him. No brothers who are there to support him. One thing I'm trying to say is our boundaries sometimes they destroy us. They push away what we are saying. We are supporting our brothers. I am my brother's keeper, but our boundaries they tend as if we are not practicing it well. We don't give ourselves benefit of the doubt most of the time. I'm talking about this because there are a lot of men who are inside jail who are not given a chance to say, brother, I heard that they said you were raped, but let me hear the side of your story. Today, if I have a lot of brothers, my brother, I have a lot, I being a father. If today they can accuse me of rape, all of them, they will believe that I did it. No one's going to be there to give me that benefit of the doubt.
All
By
right,
saying that,
Nhlaka,
I'm not talking about, by saying
Nhlaka,
that, I'm not talking about,
Nhlaka,
okay,
Nhlaka,
yes.
with regards to that, is there any personal friend that you know that has been in that situation?
And no, my brother, no. Not someone closer to me, no.
But do you know someone that has been in that situation?
A lot of them, my brother, a lot. A
Okay,
lot,
so
my brother.
what have you done as a brother to be supportive if maybe those people were indeed guilty? What have you done to actually be their brother's keeper or their keeper?
To give them the benefit of the doubt, to listen to them, what happened. That's why I know from today that, you know what, everyone, doesn't matter how much people they believe that you are guilty, our brothers, they need us to listen to them. Even if Ash, you're not going to do anything, just listen to me. It's my side of the story. Then I will know that you are my brother, even if you can't keep me out of jail. But listen to me. Is what I'm talking about. Today's I'm sorry to go out a little bit from the topic, is what I'm asking from our brothers. If we want to be our brother's keeper, let us give them the chance. That even if they say he's a murderer, give them the chance to listen to them. Because as men, I'm not going to lie, don't support one another enough. Thank you.
Okay. Anale?
What Nhlakanipho is saying is very, it's For me, it's it's a lot. So I'll start with DJ Fresh, Euphonic. Those guys have never been convicted in any court of law for rape, but have been labeled as rapists in the court of public opinion. And there's been men who ignite the flames and continue to call them rapists. I'm not saying they're not. I was not there. But the point I'm going to, it is psychologically said that when a man is accused of rape he did not commit, he suffers the same psychological trauma as the actual rape victim. Like if you, Ash, did not rape anyone, and the person that you know you did not rape accuses you of rape, and then you have to go through the process trying to prove that you did not rape this person, you suffer not the same, but equivalent psychological trauma.
Yes.
I'm not saying we should not believe the victim, but I think we can do both. We can believe the victim and make it the safe space for the victim to talk, but at the same time, we can allow our brothers to plead their case. Not call them anything, not label them anything, till they are at least convicted by a court.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Ntlaga's basic message here is that the best way that we as men can be our brother's keepers, the most simple thing to do is to give our gents an ear. And I said it before, and you said it yourself in your example, Anele, that there's always another man that is willing to save a woman. There's always another woman that is willing to save another woman. But there's very few men and no women that are willing to actually put themselves on the line to save a man. And I think that's what he's saying, that we as gents, we need to actually just give an ear. Most problems that men have is only because they have to suppress so much within themselves. But the moment we have an ear, someone to listen to our story without judgment, importantly, that's what you said, without judgment. And I think that's what Ntlaga is communicating, and that's absolutely amazing. So without having to go deep into these other rape stuff like that, but I think the primary message for the purpose of this live from Ntlaga Nipo would be to give your brother an ear. That's how you can be your brother's keeper, because he's right. Most men feel like they can't speak up. Most men feel like they are oppressed verbally. Most men feel like they are verbally challenged because there's nothing that allows them to actually be free, because there's always consequences to anything that a man says. And what Ntlaga is saying is that just give an ear, a non-judgmental ear to your brother. So thank you very much for that, Ntlaga.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much, my brother.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ntlaga. I hope you're gonna sit in the comment section as we engage. You know, as I let in Uta Tops, I don't know, my God. I feel like we as guys are one people who crucify each other all the time. We never really want to listen. We never really want to understand. Like, okay, Ash is not taking care of he's not taking care of his kid. No one will ask Ash, why is this happening? Wanting to understand Ash. We all, when we approach Ash, we go there already with a presupposition. We already know Ash is not supposed to be doing this. Whatever he's saying is an excuse. We have no time to hear Ash. What is his reality? We don't.
Absolutely.
And I think to be a brother's keeper is to change that. You did say this will be emotional. I'm starting to be emotional.
Don't cry yet. We are still 15 minutes. Don't cry yet. Start off.
No, the thing is, Ntlaga Nipo came with a topic that hurts me, bro. I hate how a man that is accused automatically becomes guilty.
Let's not go there
all the time.
Yeah, but let's not go there for now. It's gonna go
That
crazy.
How are you?
Hey, madoda ndiyaphila ninjani? Esanundibulisa kakhulu.
Are you a brother's keeper? Are you a brother's keeper?
Oti, I can say yes. You know, I think when Anele ndizawuphela ngathi ndiphinda le nto ubhuti ongaphambili beyithetha. As a brother's keeper, wena bhuti wam, I need to be concerned about two things: your personal development and your mental stability. What do I mean by personal development? Anele Putwam, you will know now, Ash, and everyone who's here. I'm sorry to say this, and this kukhona izinto that makes us not to feel like men. Osisibathi i-performance yethu ebhedini itheni, nemali ezitheni. It's my duty as a man to make sure you develop in bed, to make sure you develop financially, if I can. I'm not saying ndizawukhangela unako. If Anele if ndithethe nawe ndithi Anele, what's your problem? Uthi hey, problem yam hey ayivuke ebhedini. If ndiyakwazi ukucebisa, let me advise you as my brother. Secondly, if I know how can one get a job, let me advise you, you can do this and this and this. That's what I'm talking about, personal development. If I can help you with your let me show you other ways. Secondly, what I'm talking about, mental stability. Many men, Anele, emotionally are not okay. Men are broken. If I sit down with you, I talk to you, before I judge you, before I judge you, I listen to your story. If ndiyakwazi ukuthi I feel like you shouldn't have done this, yabo, let me tell you, Anele, you were not supposed to do this. However, here, but mandikwazi ukucebisa. My aim is to make sure mentally you are okay. Developmental wise, as a person, you are okay. Secondly, if I can't listen to you, I should not expect you to listen to me. Yabo? As a brother's keeper, xa ndikuxelela Anele, you are wrong. I'm not saying solo kukhangela na uba wrong uphi. But xa usiza kum usithi Tops, I feel you are wrong now. Mandibuyisa inyawo if uyalibuyisa. If ndidinga ulwazi ba Anele wrong uphi ndicacisele. But I must always do what you are doing to me as well. Yebo? So mayingabi nguwe osolokuxelela mna okanye ibe ndim osolokuxelela wena as a brother's keeper, because I'm concerned ngoba unjani wena. Ingakukhuba Anele ukugqibe into yobana ndim osolokuxelela wena. Wena xa ungixelela ndiyaqhankqalaza okanye ndiyatoyitoya. I think mandime apho bhuti.
Your 3 minutes is up. Ash, do you have a question for Tops?
No.
The Tops, I want to ask you.
Sure,
Apho uhlala khona, with the men that you live with, how safe do you make it be to talk to you about anything? And how do you acknowledge what do you do to acknowledge their struggles? 2 questions. How safe do you make it to be for them to talk to you? 2, how do you acknowledge their struggles?
Anele, I've got a list of men. It's easy for any man because of umsebenzi wami to even families. Now I've got woman who comes to me because of this and this and this, and it's easy for them to listen to me. Essentially, because of umsebenzi wami. Yabo, umsebenzi wami is attached to my life. So I can. There are many, and of course, space when Anele apho umuntu afila judged, ebaleka, esithini. And so it's and the other question because it's ubomi bam attached to umsebenzi wami. Yabo. So unless if they azange ndeva mntu othi kum asikwazi ukuthetha nawe bhuti. I feel even women, there are women abafeel free wabazothetha nami as a person, because I'm not only my brother's keeper, I'm my sister's keeper as well. But because of this topic today, I'm my brother's keeper. I'm your brother's keeper as well, Anele.
Okay.
Shapin, guys.
Thank you, Tato. And if I put
and I will pendulate na.
No, independently, Tops. Dependlegile. Enkosi futhi.
Thanks.
You know, Ash,
yeah.
please summarize what Twitter Tops was saying. My mind was, something happened.
It's fine. All right. So I think the primary message from Tatops, again, he reiterates what Untlagonipo touched on. The element of men not having a safe space to actually express themselves. And I think that he summarized two important things. Is that he said that in order for him to be a brother's keeper, there's two things that is focused on, right? And that would be the personal development of a man. And what was the other part? Let me look for Andy's comment. Because Andy's always summarizing nice efforts.
Your mental health.
Your mental health, yes. Personal development and mental health of a man. That's how those are the areas in which he tries to aid.
Kamama.
Those are the areas in which he tries to aid another man. And I think it's very important because, listen, in today's society, we know that most men are unemployed. In today's society, we know that most men are unaware of our social issues, to a reasonable degree. Most men don't know themselves because we are being defined by other women. We are being defined by societal standards and not being defined by other men. And I think by him having these conversations based around personal development, it pushes men into, upping up their game a little bit. And personal development does not only mean financial status, it means mental health as well, like he said. Your mental state, how do you think about things? How do you approach things? And that's what a lot of men need. Most men in this current society, we are at the bottom. We are at the bottom of the barrel, and that's why we feel oppressed. And because we are at the bottom, on top of that, no one is listening to our experiences and our harsh realities. And I think Uta Tobs made a very, very good summary. Personal development and mental health of a man, and also give them an ear. That is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, my mind is back now. From what Uta Tobs says, I wanted to say the personal development is very important. But I wish if, for example, he helps me to develop and become better in bed, or to get a job, or whatever type of development that he helps me through, it should be for my personal gain, for myself. I shouldn't do it because my girl is complaining that I'm diaphoniosa, like I'm not performing in bed. Because the moment we focus on doing things for other people, I feel like it's a slippery slope. There's an explosion that will be waiting to happen. Do you get what I'm saying? Because the moment they don't appreciate that which we have worked hard for, because we're doing it for them, it will hurt us. So I feel like if you go to school for your own benefit. Don't go to school so that you can afford women. Go to school so you can better your life. If you using impesu, use impesu because you wanna be that type of a guy who performs that way when he has used impesu. Not necessarily because you want to impress a woman. It should be for you. It should start with you.
I understand. The impesu one though.
Lazy Poet, how are you? Leave me alone. I'm good, man.
I am my brother's keeper.
Okay.
For me being my brother's keeper means I'm going to lean a little closer to what Uta Tobs has said. Securing a mental state of a man, understanding his role in a family construct, and help supporting him perform in that function as a man, and protect by all means his dignity as a man. Ash asks for an example. My brother, I've bought a car for my brother, knowing that raising children in the environment he was raising children in would not be conducive for those kids, seeing as that they tend to go gaga over the simplest things because ayikho kowabo. So I had to make sure indoba lamdana knows indoba ekhaya ikhona imoto. I don't jump around for the cheapest car because the next boy enikumoto kowayo izawuba cool and then feels he can take her out. Funeka yazi uba ndiyiqhelile imoto ekhaya. I don't know if this is making sense. So we live in a society Ash, where females are impressed by the smallest things, ne? The standard is lowered when approaching them, because lamdu suga from an impoverished background. So I've done my bits to develop people in that regard. I've always tried to secure a mental state, a healthy for my brothers. And I'm very sorry to do this because okay, at least now he just went out. The guy I'm chilling with right now, he recently found a job, but before then, toilet like I would buy my brother a three months toiletry because I know how it feels. Ungayazi uzawuvasa ngantoni namhlanje. Ungayazi uzawunuka ikhwapha until nini. I've been there. And to have people around you, because people look out for their own. You know, if you can be in a family, Anele, where you have your brothers and your sisters and they are elderly to you, right? And they have their kids. Omnye mhlawumbe uphangele eKapa wena upha kowenu eQueenstown. Xa ebuya laa mntu ubuye ephethe impahla for laa mntanakhe, not for wena.
Your 3 minutes is up. I want to ask a question, but before I do, guys, I really appreciate the gifts. It feels like heartwarming to see Uma Mekaya treating people very well in her house. Lazy Poet.
Yes, sir.
Lazy Poet. Is it possible to do everything that you've mentioned and still keep a humble head? Yes. Don't make and not make your brother feel like, because I'm sure of this. If Ash is helping me, is paying my rent, for example, is doing a number of things for me, all of a sudden I will feel like I'm beneath Ash, even if he doesn't necessarily do anything to make me feel that way. But because I know the impact he has on my life, there's a huge chance that I'm gonna bow beneath him. You understand? So is there a way where you can do everything but still keep your brother's head up? Make sure that they don't feel like they're beneath you. They don't feel like they owe you. All of that, because I feel like it speaks to the mental health.
I think I hear what you're trying to ascertain, when Anel. But reality is, I'm not throwing a bone at someone. I'm empowering them.
Yeah.
I think that's the fine difference that defines how they react or how they feel afterwards. I'm not throwing a bone at them. Yes, Andy. I assist your brother where you can and stay humble about it. The best way you know how. You know, you're not throwing a bone at them in the form of assistance. You are making sure that they function to go get what they are after, what they really desire in their hearts, and you empowering them. You know, I would take the guy I'm talking about, the toilet. We would go. He would tell me, "Yo, Mabi, kuyafakwa endaweni ethile." Ndizawuthi ngoku ufuna sithini? Thatha nasiciko semoto, and I'd sit on the passenger seat, and he would drive to wherever he wants to go. I would fill up my own gas. He would go. I would submit his CV. I'm not throwing him a bone. I'm just allowing him a space where he can get what he wants. He can try and fight for what he wants. Like I said, the gift of the car that I bought my eldest brother, I gave the guy the gift so that I can be sure that he secures the mental stability of his kids, of his firstborn daughter, to know into yokuba utata unayo imoto naye mntanam ayizunceda uba uphaphele imoto zakwenye imizi type of situation. And I'm preventative in thinking. I can't bring myself to be to play catch up. I don't know how to play catch up. I always prevent situations before they come up. My time is up.
Your 5 minutes is up. But thank
Thank
you
you,
very
sir.
much. Thank you very much for your input. I don't know, Ash, do you want to say something?
Yeah, look, shout out to Lazy Poet for actually buying his friend a car.
No, my brother, my eldest brother.
On that note, can I be your brother, Lazy Poet?
How did I know that one was coming? How the fuck did I know that one was coming?
Ash, you were saying?
Look, shout out to that Lazy Poet. And I think, listen, here's the psychology behind what Lazy Poet did. In the first line, when we're defining what it is to be a man and what a man is, there's certain things or certain qualities that we listed that men have over women. And one of them was vision. That as a man, you should have vision, right? Now, it's very difficult for a man who is at the bottom of the barrel to have a vision because you can't see, beyond your surrounding because you are just surrounded by other people that are at the bottom. And what he's doing is that by helping the man, you are helping the family. If one person in that family or in that household is saved, which is a man, the likelihood that everyone is going to benefit from that is very high. So when a man has a healthy mental state, when a man has money, because remember, the first thing that men do when they have money is that they want to share with other people, more especially women. It's just that sadly, sometimes this happens at the clubs, whereas it should be happening in the household, but we are not here to judge, right? So, and the difference with women is that when they have money, they want to keep it to themselves or they want to spend for their own benefit. So I really respect what Lazy Poet did because he prioritizes a man ahead and says, you know what, I'm going to do this for my brother so that he can do for his family. And that is absolutely amazing. That is very deep. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Menkei.
Gentlemen, how are you?
We're good, man. How are you?
How are you, gentlemen? Yeah, man.
Are you your brother's keeper?
No question. It's no question because I've got my people who are under me in terms of my younger brothers and my younger siblings. You know, when I mean brother, I mean those who are in English my cousins. You know, and then extended to those that come under their kids as well because we are growing. We've got kids now. So, you know, for me, I always look at things purely from just a man's point of view in terms of internally without including anybody externally, whether it's their brother or a sister or woman or whatever. So for me, it starts with me being the brother's keeper. The most important thing is the method of doing it, right? So the method of doing it is how do we'll use the last example, give my friend toiletries for 3 months, right? How do the method of me giving them that is that I first need to sit down with them and share my story with you. After I share my story, it might be a similar story saying, bruh, I know this is my story. I've come to a place where I was at a place where and so I feel I know what you are going through. Once he knows my story, once I get in touch with you, then it's easy for the person to accept my brotherly love. And that's when you spoke about lifting your head up high while you are doing it. So the person will not take it from a point of view of saying, this person is more than me. But once you share your story, that you understand where he is. I've walked in your shoes. It might not be as deep. It might not be as severe as what you're going through, right? But sharing your story, first sitting down and saying, this is my story. After saying, this is my story, then I'm like, okay, I see what you're going through. And this is how I'd like to help you. I see what you're going through. I'm here for you to open up to me because you have now opened up. Because we cannot expect somebody to receive from us if we are not willing to receive from them. So when I mean receive from them is that if I want a person to hear me out, let them hear me first so that the person understands that I feel what you're going through. I want to help you, but let me tell you how they helped me first. Then the person will really understand the concept of the brotherly, of my brother's keeper, and accept your help from it. But you yourself, as well as the brother's keeper, you must make sure that we educate ourselves more and more. I cannot be your brother's keeper if I do not have resources. So before we go ahead and yes, we must help whenever we can, but we must improve ourselves with the point in mind saying, I need to be my brother's keeper. So I cannot help somebody without helping myself. Let me improve this and that. If I cannot improve myself in terms of talking, let me open up myself to being a better brother's keeper. Let me speak to Ash. Ash, I'm struggling with 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I give Ash an opportunity to be my brother's keeper. So sometimes we as people, as brothers, we must go back to our fellow men and tell and ask for help to our fellow brothers and say, I need you for this. It mustn't be only in dire straits. I hate that hand of yours, by the way. Cut it off. Cut it off.
Yeah, I've got a question. Just for clarity purposes, are you saying that in order for us to be brothers keepers to our brothers, we should first encourage our brothers to actually open up so that they allow us the opportunity to be their brother's keeper?
Yes, right. So it's like creating that environment. It's the one environment that lacks in us men, especially Happy Father's Day to everyone. It's especially the environment that we don't give our sons. Like my dad never gave me that opportunity for me to come to him when I needed to. So we also need to open up that space. So it's not only on a person always coming to us. Because men kill themselves. Men are the ones that kill themselves more than women. It's because they are scared to come to Ash. Hey, Ash, unezinto. I don't think uzongibhekela phansi. But if I never come to you, like Anele, you know what, bro? My door is always open, bro. Just that one line just sets up that place. Yes, they can be scared to come with deeper things, but just that one line, Anele, my door is open, bro. Anything, bro. Then we can sit down together and see how we solve it. So yes, we need to create that space.
Amazing, man. Amazing. Anele?
Menkei, thank you. So there's that thing that is often said that you have to be on the higher ground so that you can help those that are on the lower ground, right? And what Menkei today is saying is profound. He's saying not necessarily. Sometimes you have to go down to the lower ground, be with the people that are in the lower ground. Meaning, before you say to your unemployed brother, look, I'm gonna help where I can. I'm gonna make sure that you have toiletries. Tell him that you've been there. That's you going to the lower ground. Tell him that I've been here. There was a time I didn't have these toiletries. There was a time I didn't know what I was gonna eat for supper. And because I've been here, I can't, as Anele, go on without knowing or without having done something to make sure that you're gonna have supper tonight, without making sure that you're gonna have toiletries this month. Because I've been here, I can't just sit and do nothing. So when I come to you, Ash, I don't see myself as a savior. I see myself as what I needed when I was in that position and maybe didn't get. And again,
yeah, exactly, Anele, because
again, Menkei, thank you, bro.
Hey, man, like now it's getting too much now. Now I'm getting emotional, bro. Like,
Rah.
bro, like, thanks a lot, Menkei. Thanks a lot.
You know, Ash, as we are letting in another speaker, Menke, thank you again. As we are letting in another speaker, Ash, this speaks volumes. You know, there are those guys, if they want your chick, they're gonna go to her and say, "How are you dating Ash when he's like A and B, when he doesn't have C and D?" Then this speaks to us as men to say, when you go to Ukamama and you ask her out, leave my name out of it. Don't undermine another man, and don't try to elevate yourself by looking down on another man. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there's men who's gonna go to a woman, or you're gonna be disrespected by women and say you're a broke nigga, you got nothing to offer, and they'll be like, yeah, as a man, what can you offer a woman? So this is to say, when women discredit us, degrade us, say everything that they say, because maybe I'm unemployed, maybe I don't have a car, maybe I dress up, I'm rags. You as a man, you should be the one that comes to me and say, Anele, you're perfect the way you are. Don't mind what you're saying. I love you. And show me that you see a human being in me, even though she sees nothing. Instead of taking advantage of the situation so that you can get that woman. I think what Menke is saying is that be there for the brother instead. Don't think with your third leg. Think with other parts of your body.
Awana, thank you very much. Zugo, if you don't mind, I would like to throw a question onto you that is from the comments, and I think it's a very, very beautiful question. And you are a very wise man, sir. And that's why I'm just opening the floor up for you with the question. So Uanga Mane says, can one keep being a brother's keeper when they have been betrayed by the very same brother? Utini when I get Zugo.
Yes, you can. With everything that there are limits. But for you to be betrayed, you can go on, be who you are. I think Lanti bithethwe ngu-Anele ekuqaleni sithi, when you improve yourself, don't go it's for the girl, it's for the clout or whatever, but it's for you. This is the life you want to live. This is the person you want to be. This is what you do. So when you get betrayed whilst unguzuko, umuntu obhetraye uzuko, that doesn't mean uzuko funeka achinje because ebhetraywe ngulaa mntu uyi-one. Uzuko keeps going knowing that abantu bayakwazi ukubetray. That's it. You learn a new lesson, but you don't have to change who you are. This is why this is so valuable for me, le ndlela niyibeka ngayo, in that uba funeka ibe yile essence yale nto uyiyo. To be a brother's keeper mustn't be something you do, but let it be part of who you are. Yebo, into iphilayo. Uyabona, for instance, mna examples where, one, let me answer the question that I am my brother's keeper. I agree with who Lazy Poet in that, but you have to do it with humility as much as you can. But now to sound them out, I keep listening to everybody speak and I keep thinking, how am I going to say it without sounding like I'm bragging? But then there's also putting out that this is an example. It's not a brag, but this is something. This is the life we live. This is what we do. And hopefully other people can live the way we do, and then the world will be a better place. But I have a friend of mine who lost his job during the COVID, and he could not rent in East London. He paid his rent for I don't know how many months. But because of the sort of person I am, he called me, said, Zuko, when we essential work, are you working? Ndiyacela bra, i-situation yam inje. And andikwazi ubuyela kugatyana ekhayeni ndiyohlala phayana for I don't know bizoba ngakanani le nto, but xa ndilapha eMonti, I think ndingaqwakaza bhetere. Ungandigcina ixesha elingakanani. Now, I paid his rent for up until wade waright, uyaphangela ngokushapha. But indlela esitrithana ngayo akananto ethi, nah, this man used to pay my rent or whatever. Ananto ethi, nah, I'm used to that. But kunento sine-understanding yoba I know what he needed. And I was in a space to provide what he needed. And so I did that. Purely because Ndemuzuku, I would do it for another person, not purely because he was my friend. I would do it for another person if bendikwi-capacity yokuyenza. Yebo? In that indie land. Now, other examples for yami cases that one, I'm a recovering addict in Langosho. I've been sober for 6 years, 2 months now.
Yo, man.
6 years, 2 months. Yeah, 2 months. But indlela endinceda ngayo abanye abantu, it's when we go sobriety meetings, people will call. People that I got sober with will call, Bachi, how are you doing? How did you tackle into enje? Help us out to Blandau. But I do give back to other recovering addicts as well. But you know what? It's doable. It's possible. Ndingiyela ndiyayenza. La majita asesitratweni, I was once on the street and ndingahlambi. Like i-value that I have for izinto zothambisa, ayiyazi indlela eridiculous ngayo. Andiqondi uba ndiyahlala ndingenazo. It's one of those uba azikwazi uba zingabikho. As a result, my brothers ezinzalwa nazo bazithatha kum a lot of the time. Now like umntu akazuyithenga into uyazazi uba uzayithatha kum ndinayo. Because I understand what it was like to be in a position yokuba ungakwazi uyithenga. Also going to mental health, I always give space for Xolo Bhutanele. Waphakamisa isandla.
Ash, do you have a question for Uzuku?
Yes. Zuko, you have done, look, that's, I don't know, see now, it's too much now.
Yo!
Like, I appreciate, like, and this was anticipated, that it's gonna get very emotional, and I appreciate you, Zuko, for actually opening up about that. Not many people are willing to put their hearts on a plate like this for everyone to actually, observe. But I want to ask you a question. You have done so much, and because you've been at the lowest, you've done a lot for other people. Who was your brother's keeper during your tough journey? What were they doing for you?
Yes, kukhona abantu that even when things were horribly bad, because think before iScrato, I once lost my mind a bit. Yabona le nto mental health, that's why nayo iyi-affecte gqithi uba ndandikhe ndahamba esikratweni. Yabo laa nto kuthiwa umntu nanku ehamba esikratweni, ndashiya isikolo, ndahamba esikratweni. So I was that guy as well. But kunabantu that have been friends through zonke ezaa stages, getting better to uba ndibe ngulo mntu respectable naye ukwaziyo ulihlonipha ngoku. Because ngoku ndiyazijonga ndithi ndi-respectable, ndi-approachable, and nam ndiyakwazi uapproach abantu. There was a time when nam ndandiligeza, if I can put it that way. But kunabantu that have cared bahleliyo. For instance, kukhona itshomi yam ethanda uba lapha ko-live, uDr Danger.
The Mono Danger.
Sasifunda sonke. Yeah, sasifunda sonke nalaa sisi. Nalaa ntombi leyana. She's much younger than I am. Lo mjita ndithi bendimbhatalela i-rent. He's been my friend through. Abantu abaninzi bayabhekela kuwe when you start losing your way, but zange asuke kum u-ex. He's still my friend to date. And obviously ke i-siblings, like family, like abanzalwa nabo, that they've been brothers, like through and through, where bakukhangele ulahlekile, bakukhangele babuye nawe bakugoduse, bakufunela into zohlamba, bakuhlalise. When I was an addict kunzima nyana. I remember ndinikwa imali ngubhuti and I had to give it to my little brother. At the time he was very confused because he didn't get the point yoba why ubhuti Zuko engakwazi uhandlisha imali, because sithembe yena thina apha ekhaya. Wayithatha wayinika utata. Tata only told me years later uba wayeconfused kumninawa wakho at the time, but he was there for me to be able to do that. Now, you know, it's one of those, but babekhona abantu ababekhona bengekho baninzi. This is why I think circle yam is so small now, but babengekho baninzi. But now that I'm better, I'm just hoping that nobody goes through what I went through alone, because I think that's why abantu abaninzi are so suicidal.
Zuko Masibulele, your input. Hey, I don't have a question. I can't even summarize what you were saying, bro.
It's
I'm in
basically
my
my
field.
life. Can't summarize my life. So
I'm in my fields really deep. Ash, do you want to say something?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Zuko Masbulele, man. Let's let in another speaker.
Please. Ndiyabulela Tata Zugo. Thank you very much, Zugo. I think men are going through a lot, eh? And sometimes you can't even say, you can't tell how deep the things that gents go through. And I want to answer a question that was in the comments, that how do you trust the brother that you are keeping that is always disappointing you? And this goes back to what Umen K said about, and Lazy Poet, I think, as well. Do things out of your own good. Don't do it with an expectation. Most gents, when they do things for Amanya Machita, we do it from a place of just nje, without expectation. There was Ukumkani. Can you accept Ukumkani? Because Ukumkani has been sitting for 15 minutes and then I think he
He's
cancelled.
buffering. He's
Oh,
buffering.
okay. Okay, cool. So I lost my train of thought, but I think what
Imagine that when they do something good for you, they do it out of their own good heart. That's what you were
they
saying.
do it out of their, like, the thing is, a man does not have a vagina, right? Or a pair of, nice, breasts, right? So the expectation from another man is quite low. And that's why amachita xa enceda omunye umchita, it is very emotional because they don't really expect much in return from you. And I think that's what we really need to hammer onto gents, that listen, the love for another man, it is so deep because it requires no expectations. I don't expect sex from another man. I don't expect you to, show me your nice notes. And when a man extends an olive branch like that, it is absolutely deep for me. For me, it cuts so deep, and that's why I'm very emotional. But in any case, let's proceed.
Divine Nature,
Yes, sir.
how are you?
I'm good in yourself, sir.
Are you your brother's keeper?
I'm definitely my brother's keeper.
And how so, sir?
Okay. First, let me talk about that. I first received the brotherly love before I gave it. My first job, it was a family friend. The only money I had is for money to get where he was. He makes sure I get a job. He take care. He take care of me for the whole month up until I get paid. And remember, this is just a family friend. So I was there all this time. Even when it comes to there, he put a good word for me where I knew nothing about the job. Then I start working. I able to stand on my own. I was able now to take care of my family because it was more of, I'm the eldest brother in the house. So there was nobody who was able to look after the family. So the situation was very bad. So I received a brotherly love there. From there, I look at life from a different view, that this person really is not related to me. It's just a family friend who knows us. So he take care of me. Then I become a stable man. Now I can take care of my family. The second time, same situation. Now I was working. A brother come in for me where I now get another job where I didn't even go to the interview. I go through. I get a job. I was taken off. So that developed in me. Now that I must look after my brothers, I must look after somebody else at the other hand. When it comes to the part of that, how do I become my brother's keeper now? Because remember, I was talking about when I was receiving. Now is the time for me to give. One of my younger brother needed a car. By then I had 3 cars. I gave them 2. One car was left with 1. His car break down because he was using for a job. When the car break down, he needed the money to fix the car was so expensive that, I'd rather buy another car, but he needed money also. I had to give him like 15K to buy the car. He lost the car and he have to buy another car because he's using the car to work. Then I give him another 15K to buy another car. Remember, I'm not borrowing him. I'm giving him. He's my brother. Because I understand the situation that he's going through. Remember, as I was helped, I'm going back to the point that one gentleman raised here. He said, putting this, in a perspective that the other guy must would feel like you just helping, you want to be praised. That's the point. You don't want to be praised. You want to give him help and understanding that you understand how to be there. You know, when I help them, I always go back to the guys, I know I've been there. 2 months back, I visited one of my friends. I find out that he was not in a stable position. I said, man, let's go out. Have lunch, we have fun, then we bring him back. When you bring back, he said to me, man, you know, the situation that you got me in psychologically, I was really down. My friend is not working. It's only the wife who is working. The situation for him psychologically, his mental health is disturbed. So for me, taking him out and just talk and allow him to talk, I said, man, what's going on? Not asking too much personal questions, but just to give him the space to be able to talk to me and understand what's going through. Yes.
Ash,
No
your 3 minutes
question
is
for
up,
now.
my guy. Ash, do you have a
Yeah,
question for him?
not for now.
Not for now.
Yeah, no, it's
Um,
horrible English.
Divine Nature.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that we help those that are close to us. I really do. I wanna ask, do you ever go out of your way to be your brother's keeper to a stranger? And if yes, how so?
Okay. I can say to you, for an example, in my colleagues, remember that I work with. Now, I had a colleague of mine who was going through a lot of problems, so which is get to be personal issues. Then I was able, because you can tell somebody to work with, you can tell when somebody is disturbing that person, but he's not willing. Then I come to a space and man, talk to me. What's going on with you? Then he couldn't open up, but I said, come, let's go. Then open up a little bit about my life, things that I could, in between that he's going through family issues. Then I open a little bit about family issues. Then he started to open up and talk to me. Then I give him advice because of some of the things I was going through. It was something that I've went through. 2 weeks back, I was talking to somebody who was going through issues of divorce and the likes. I took him through, said, man, I've went down the line. Then I make him understand what I've went through. Then I was able to advise him. Then he was able now to take the advice. This person, I don't know. It's somebody that's staying in the same area I'm staying now. I think I gave 2 examples.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated.
I appreciate
Yeah, thanks a lot.
I
Thanks a
appreciate
lot,
you, my
man.
guy.
Thanks a lot.
I didn't say this to the previous speakers, but I'm saying it to every man that is here. I love you guys. You know, Ash, I'm listening and I'm realizing that most of the time we may be on our own if there's no brother that lends you a hand. That's why I'm asking the question, have you ever helped a stranger? It's because I'm thinking, if then there's no one in close proximity that is helping you, then who is helping a man? Who is a hero to a man? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Divine Nature, thank you very much, my brother. Let me let in another speaker.
Thank you.
You know, this makes you like realize you would think that men do the most for women because it's always about indoda must. But now hearing all of these from these gents, then I get to realize that there's so many gents that are holding each other up. Most men are employed because they got a referral from another man. You know, ekontraki ukuthiwa hey machita nansi kharafu come asiyen sohereza nansi siyobethana kharafu nasi skoroponyana siyosula. It's always another man. Men literally siyabutana tina as men. And I think it's not being exposed enough how helpful we are to each other as men. The part that gets highlighted the most is that men are toxic. But listening to this, it really helps you realize that, listen, men might be doing the most for other men than they are for other women. And I think that's what we need to actually talk about. And I think the problem with that is the fact that we hardly ever engage as Amachita because we are not given the platform to actually express ourselves, which is now the other part of what Lazy Poet said, is that we should be creating an environment to allow us to be helped by other brothers and also create the environment to actually help other people. You know, we are not limited to our friends. The thing is, men have many friends. We can meet at the tavern for drinks. And then this meme that keeps on going around, that when gents are drunk at Groove, they start asking for people's CVs. And most people do get those jobs. It's a joke and stuff, but a lot of people get their jobs and they make connections at Groove. We make these connections from there. And the nice thing about men is that when they are drunk, everyone is everyone. We are all on the same plane. We are all trying to help each other out. And that's what we really need to encourage more. We are only seeing one side of men, which is the toxic side of men. We are seeing the trash side of men. But today, this life, it helps me really realize that there's so many amazing things. Imagine buying your brother a car, guys. Your whole entire brother, a car. Imagine buying another man toiletries. Roll on, soap to bath. Imagine a man being so poor and so broke to a point whereby another man has to buy those things for you. Do you understand how deep that is, bro?
Ash, for me, I'd say bravo to the guy that is allowing the other to buy the toiletries. Because there's this thing called ego or pride. So if I'm going to allow you to buy those toiletries for me, it means I have to really have a serious conversation with my ego or my pride before I actually accept the toiletries. I'm not taking anything away from the people that are helping their brothers and so on. But I don't know. I feel like Anele is helping Ash. Ash is helping Zuko. And that's good. But when Anele no Ash no Zuko meet Use X, a guy they do not know, they take a piece on him. Which is what I think then stands against the good that we do. It's because we are good to the friends that we have in close proximity, but a guy that you do not know. Hence, I always make the example when you're driving on the street and there's a guy walking and it's raining. Do you ever stop for him and say, Bafo, where are you going? Let me give you a lift. I'll drop you there. You're going to the same direction with this person. So it's not like you're going to take a turn that you're not going to take. No, you're going to the same side. It's just a question of stopping the car, giving this person a lift, dropping them where they're going, or maybe even going to the same mall. So I think, yes, I'm close to Zuko, so I'm going to help him because I've already developed an emotional relationship with him. But when I meet Ash, the guy that I do not know, and he's in the same predicament as Uzuko, do I empathize with him? Do I get out of my comfort zone and go and help Ash? Do I recognize his struggles, Ash, even though he's a stranger to me? Which is why I made the example, Yoguti, sometimes, so too, we want, like, you find me dating a beautiful woman like Ukamama, and you're like, no, man, why you Anel? What does he have to offer you? In that moment, you elevate yourself using me. Do you understand what I'm saying? These are the issues that concern me. Like guys who have jobs, they speak low on guys who are unemployed. Guys who have cars, they speak low on guys who don't have cars. Guys who are educated, they speak low on guys who are not educated. Do you understand? Like how dare?
You know what? Continue.
Ash should go as far as saying, ku ihlati, ukuthi, how dare you let Anele, like how do you cheat on me with Anele, who's a petrol attendant? So I stop being a man, I stop being a person, I become my job to Ash. Do you understand? I become a guy that stays in a shack to Ash. That's where my concern is in this Brothers Keep. I get the whole beautiful stories and I'm emotional about them, but I'm concerned about the strangers, the guys that we don't know, that we meet every day on the street, but we don't say nothing to them. We don't do nothing to them or for them. You can speak. I'm letting in another speaker. You can speak.
This goes back to one of the things that we spoke about earlier with Men K Brand. I think we spoke about this again. The problem with most men acting like this, I think, in my opinion, is they are doing it for the woman. Remember that most men have become feminine these days. And most men are selfish to a point where they do everything for vagina and for breasts. They are willing to step on another man. When you start using a woman to be superior of another man, you have completely lost your being a brother's keeper. Don't ever drag yourself to the point of actually having to use a man's insecurity for the sake of getting a woman. Ungathi mayoshela ukamama umxelele uba no, mina I have a small penis, or me I am broke, I drive a shitty car, ontontoni. That's another thing that is being used to oppress amadoda by us men. And that's what Men K was saying, that we should create the platform that allows us to express ourselves without judgment. It's so sad that men with resources, and it's because they have become feminized to a point where they think that being a man is all about money. And those are exactly the men that should be in this life, that we should be engaging with and talking to. That, listen, you are not a man because of the car that you drive. You are not a man because of the money that you are making. You are a man because you are a male. What is the things that make you a male? You are focused, you are driven, you are responsible, you are all of that. And as men, we are at different stages of our lives, and we need to understand that. And I hate those men so much. I hate them so much because they are the men that are actually putting more pressure on us, Amajita. The moment he goes down, he's gonna expect another man to take him up again. Which is why Uanga was asking that question that she was asking. Kuti, how do you continue trusting a man, being a brother's keeper for a man who initially used to, drag you down? How am I going to be a brother's keeper to you, Anele, when you stole my girlfriend from me by telling my girlfriend that Mina, I'm a petrol attendant? Am I still going to be a nice brother to you? Am I still going to prioritize you? It's so sad. Njebe?
Before we let me let in
Yes,
Unchebe, even though I don't understand in your example, how did you come in, like you Ukamama being taken from you? But I'm gonna leave it there. Chebe, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Nele?
I'm good, man. Are you your brother's keeper?
Yes, I am. And thank you for bringing such a very, very, very sensitive topic. Yeah, we are really going through a lot, guys. We are really going through a lot. I once had a friend, Mina, he got arrested at Tripoli, girlfriend yakhe. Ngenxa yokuthi emsebentini bahlangane against my friend. Then waba an argument ne-girlfriend yakhe. Unfortunately, he slept the girlfriend after having sex with her. Then in the morning wavukela emaphoyiseni wambopha, and he was arrested. Wathi umrapile. Kanzi akakamrape.
You said he slept. I don't know, he slept with the girlfriend or he slept the girlfriend. Like, I got confused there.
Okay. The baba an argument wamshaya. Bashayana, in fact, they fought.
Okay.
Then, as you know, if you are fighting with a lady, the man has got power towards the female. So but when she went in the morning, okay, they agreed, bakolelana. Then instead of going to the hospital, she just went straight to the police station. While my charges a rape, because they had sex that previous night. And unfortunately, this guy was my friend from the university, and we basically communicated for about 2 years now. Then I saw this story in the newspaper. So my friend is arrested, and guys got shot 6 months back.
How?
Yeah. Well, so then I had to intervene. Ngihambe ngiye prison to check. Then but you need 5,000 bail. and 50,000 surety. I had a new car by then. I didn't know about these things of surety. I had to go to get a lawyer. Then we got 5,000 and paid the bail part. We someone a stumbling block surety of 50,000. Then I had to go to the High Court, and I gave them my blue book. Could take my blue book as a surety. Then I took this guy out, and and that guy, M17 Bami, no, he's not supposed to set foot at work because he was working with this lady, and I had to stay with him for about a year in my house because nasekhaya, you are so boshiwe, your neighbors are talking and all those things. I had to take him in my house and I stayed with him for a year, trying to nurse the situation until the lady, after about I think 12 months, the lady realized that she was wrong. She asked for forgiveness and went to the police station to withdraw the charges. You see, so I'm trying to say sometimes you will find that maybe that particular person is your.
No, this can't happen. It can't be happening.
Njebe,
His network, bro. Let's let him go. Maybe he's gonna request again. Let's let in another speaker. I wanted to ask Sex. I wanted to ask Kunchebe, was this guy getting married to the girlfriend that opened a case against him? Or like the marriage part I didn't get. Did you understand what he was talking about there?
yeah, I'm also like Tandega. There's certain parts of the story where I wasn't sure. I mean, the slap and the slap too, also that as well. But it shows you that a lot of gents, we witness a lot of painful stories happening from, and you know what? I think this is why. Let's not go there. Say X.
Sex?
Gentlemen and the guest, I hope you are good on this Father's Day.
We're trying, Sex. We're trying. I'm very emotional. I can feel it here, bro. I can feel it here.
Yeah. It is
Are you your brother's keeper?
most definitely, Anela, I am my brother's keeper.
Give us the most extreme examples.
I will take you to those examples. But I just want to maybe share this with everyone. Being your brother's keeper.
Sex. JB, it's okay, my brother. Thank you for coming in. I hope you'll stay in the comment section. When you can, please do request. I'll accept you. You can go for it.
All right. This means letting people know that they won't be condemned for their struggles. Let us all be honest and know that there are areas of weakness and temptation in our lives. By that, you need to be responsible for the wellness and welfare of your brothers, siblings, or any person by extension, and for human beings in general. So the question is, am I my brother's keeper? Most definitely I am my brother's keeper. My story will definitely start with myself. I entered into a wrong business deal 2012, which saw me losing a business that was worth a turnover of nearly 3.5 million a year. Lost houses, lost cars, lost everything. And most definitely, with that being said, I lost a few family members with it. But then that's when my turn to experience the term brother's keeper came in. Because friends that were not family, friends that I had not brought close to me, came up for me. In 10, I was hating on this.
It's okay. It's okay, Sir X. Take your time. And I know
Yeah,
it hurts, man. Yeah.
you know, whilst we're giving Usex his time, I'll go back to the story of rape. I've never shared this on social media. I've been wanting to, but tears keep rushing to my eyes when I think of it. So when I was like, I think 7 or 8 years old, I had a fight with a girl of my age. I think she was the same age as I was. We fought. We were in her house. My grandmother had this thing. If she cooked something nice and you guys are our neighbors and there's a small baby at your house, like maybe 3 years old or 5 years old, like a small baby, like, yeah, my grandmother would cook and then would dish up for that kid and then would send me to give to that kid. I don't know why she did that, but she had that thing. So I went there because of that. And when I got there, I'm a kid, so there's kids in the house. We played. Later on, my grandmother came to fetch me, and it's just after the fight. I'm with my grandmother. We're chilling. Uncle Missy Luguti, why did I stay for long? And then the police arrived. When the police arrived, they asked to speak to my grandmother, and then they left. My grandmother calls me in. She asked me, "What did you do in that house?" I tell her about the fight because that's the only thing I know happened. And I'm like, she started the fight. Even like the old lady, when she stopped the fight, she actually was shouting at her, "How can you start a fight and then be the one crying?" Because she was crying because obviously I'm a guy. I had more strength and yeah. So because she was there and she saw the whole thing. She spoke to her. She was like, "You started this whole thing." So my grandmother is like, "No. Didn't you do anything else beside this to this girl?" I'm like, "No." Then my grandmother is like, "They're saying you raped her." I'm like, "No." My grandmother was like, "Okay, cool." The police station was not far from my place. Like, it was a walk away. So we walked to the police station. My grandmother was like, "Let's go to the police station. You're going to tell people when you get there. You're going to tell the police when you get there." We went there. As I arrived, the police that were there, they saluted me. "Hey, soldier." Like, what's happening? Others were saying things like, "Uitata ngolunya." And then my grandmother is like, "Don't mind them." So we go in, they take a statement. There was a case, bro. We used to go to court with my grandmother. I think I was 6 or 7. We used to go to court almost almost every day. But in fact, every month we would have an appearance in court. I couldn't go to school on those days.
Yeah. Well, Anela, while you take a break, let me continue and say, first of all, that's when I realized what it means when a person says, "Are you my brother's keeper?" Because, like I said, strangers came through for me. Strangers housed me for the time frame up until I could get my feet again. And in turn, I could also pass that to the next person. And I live and strive every day of my life to be my brother's keeper for the next person. But all I ask, gentlemen, once you have received that, pay it up. That's the only way we're gonna reach each and every one that needs such help. I didn't mean to be so emotional about it, but it is a very emotional matter to me. Because no matter, as I say every day, everyone, any person, my door is open to listen to other people. Ironically, there are no people I can speak to. And I have dealt with that. I have accepted that. That at stages I just need to be my brother's keeper without expecting anyone else to be my keeper. And that's where I then turn to higher power to be my keeper every day and walk with me. The story Anele is talking about is a story I've shared on TikTok a few weeks ago, where I have been 8 days in prison for rape that I did not even commit. I was locked up for 8 days for rape I didn't commit, just because another guy had an ego that he could not suppress, that he was not good enough for the lady, and convinced her to go and lock me up for rape. But guys, thank you. Let me step down.
Before you go, sir, just stay there. Anna, do you want to proceed?
Yeah. You know, I spoke to a psychologist about this and I thought it was good. So X,
Yes, but
you do have people to talk to. Maybe you did not know that you do, but you do.
most definitely.
I'd like to listen. Maybe I don't know how I can help. I'm no hero, but given a chance, I'd like to listen. And if there's a way, I'd like to do something. You know, finishing the story, Ash. So there was a court case, bro. We were staying, if you know Eastern Cape, there's a place called Thornhill or Ahill. That's where we stayed at the time. So we used to go to a court called Barcelona. And then I think this went on for a year. Like every day, once, I think every month, I would have to go to the court with my grandmother, and the case would be postponed. Then the case was moved to Bisho High Court. That's when the case was dropped, or we won the case. I don't know why it had to like stop. I don't know what was the reason behind it or anything. The lawyer came back and said he spoke to me alone, and he said, like, I was young. So he says to me, "Don't worry, they will never bother you again. I destroyed this whole thing." So I don't really know what that meant. But it's a question I always have. I once said it to my brother that I'd like to go and meet the girl, ask her, what happened? Why did you say I did what I did at that age? Or who said to her, because she was young as I was. So I think somebody said something to her. So why did she, why did that have to happen? But my brother said to me, the day you do, at least go with police or go with like some people. Don't go there alone. So whenever there's a person, that's why I was saying the rape thing is a bit emotional for me. Whenever there's a person that is accused of rape, and immediately people jump and say we believe the victim, and the accused immediately becomes guilty in the public court, in the court of public opinion. I go back to, what if my grandmother had not believed me when I said I didn't do it?
Yeah, no, guys.
Sir X,
Yes, Ash.
who believed you? Who was your brother during that 8 days when you were in prison, held for a rape accusation? Who was there for you? Who believed you?
Funny enough, it had to be my father,
Your own father.
my own father, who had I to break news to him of how am I doing things he thought I was not doing. Because it came to a time where I had to be honest with him of what happened.
And how old were you when this happened, Sir X?
I was 18, 19.
Yeah.
But I feel and I understand where
I think
Annabelle is.
yeah.
Because every time you have to go back there, you just start to ask yourself questions. What if?
You know, Sir X, what hurts me now, it's no longer even about me. Makaziwe, I have seen someone. I've went for a psychologist. We discussed a number of things. That's how I got to know that I don't hate women, because people used to say I hate women because of my approach on things and my views on things. And it was beautiful that the person that assured me that no, you don't hate women was a woman. My psychologist, Ukagiso Ikamalake. So is a woman. What hurts me about this is not because I haven't healed for my own sake, but rather whenever there's a man that is accused of anything, the fact that immediately he becomes guilty of it hurts me. And the fact that it becomes it becomes other men who are gaslighting that man without knowing the facts of the story, without investigating the story, without knowing anything. But because he's been accused, and I'm not saying the victim is a liar, but I don't think it's wrong to believe both until the court can actually prove the truth. So the fact that I know that keeps happening, and as a man, anybody can say anything at any time, more especially a woman, and your life would be gone, like, hurts me. And I feel like men are not being brothers keepers when that happens, because we're the first to crucify the guy, even though we don't know the facts. Can we let the speakers?
Yeah. Thanks, gentlemen.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sir X, for putting your heart on the line. Siyabulela Tata. Can you please allow the next speaker to come in as well, please, Anele? This is so deep, man. There's drugs involved. Like, people have been drug addicts. People have been so broke to a point whereby they can't afford toiletries. People have been put in prison for things that they didn't do, and no one had someone to stand up for them and actually give an ear. No one was there. There wasn't even another man that is helping another man out by simply giving out an ear. Most of our problems
Sonchikazi,
can be solved by just an ear.
Sonchikazi, I hope a man is gonna talk because we don't take women in this live.
Sanibona bafowethu ninjani?
Philile Nkosi, unjani
Siyaphila
bhuti?
futhi kunjani?
Hayi siyaphila.
My brother, how are you your brother's keeper, and what painful story or sad story have you been through where you needed a brother's keeper?
I am my brother's keeper. Ngike ngahlala i-2 months waiting trial for a firearm that was issued to me that ended up being used by a wrong person committing a serious crime. My brother had to play a huge role lapho. Whilst ngilapho, I was the one who was directing him ngale phone engifike ngayithola ngaphakathi ukuthi bheka ndoda suke Natal.
Sonchikazi, I'm sorry. 18 Eric, we are not promoting killing. We don't speak violence. We don't speak. It is never okay to kill anyone for whatever reason.
It's okay.
And
it's allow the moderators to handle it. It's okay.
I had ukuthi ngimtshela ukuthi suke eNatal uze ePitori endaweni so uthola usiso ukuthi this whole thing it was triggered by so-called girlfriend. Then girlfriend took a gun and borrowed my gun to a boyfriend, not being aware ukuthi i-boyfriend beka hijacker, i-boyfriend bekayenza ama-house breakings nani. Now ngitholakala mina ngisemsebenzini ngiphethe isibhamu, leso sibhamu kune-ballistics report eseraniwe ngaso ukuthi ibulele. Now sekumele mina futhi ngibuye ngiconfirm ukuthi ngalawo malanga ekuloku kwenzeka lawo mameda bengikuphi. And now I needed a person that I would trust ukuthi kayenze leyo nto kahle kuze ngizokhona ukuthi ngiphume la bengikhona. Loyo muntu wangenzela leyo nto yaba inkulu, yaba yi-success in a manner and a way yokuthi kwakuma records awasekho ama-records ukuthi ngike ngavalelwa ngahlala u-2 months lapho. I-state senza yonke into. I'm still using now I'm using a different pistol since umsebenzi engiwenzayo requires me to have that. Fast forward sengiphumile lapho kwamele mina ngibe huloyo muntu for abanye abantu engingabazi nokubazi. I was driving down KZN ngendlela se-Standerton. I think I just passed uMajuba. Mangithi ngiyabona man kunabajite ngathi ayahike. Le out mayithi iyama iyabagibeza sebamkhiphela ibhamu bathi baphume emotweni. I had to park away and start firing ukuthi lama out ancedeke. That family, if I did not do that, if ngaba selfish, leyo family bebayoyibulala.
My guy, you put your life on the line to help another man's family.
Yes. Amaphoyisa uma efika upon shooting oyi-1 kafe on the scene. Amaphoyisa mawafika mabarana ama-prints waloyo muntu ofile on the scene. Umuntu obeka terrorizer within the same route. Ama-hijackings ekawayenzile lapho abantu ekababulele lapho bewamaningi now bebangakhona ukumthola because bayasho ukuthi uya-hitchhiker then manimmela unenza leyo nto eyisihlungu. So no one knew ukuthi uwubani kanjani. Now sekumele ngibuyele futhi ngiyospenda a night emaselini because ngidubula umuntu ngimbulele. Leya out ithi ngizopost ibail yakho ngithi cha bhuti. You don't have to do that. I knew ukuthi mangiyenza kanje kuzoyenzakalana. Bathatha istory kuye babuye bathatha istory kimi. Now babuze, did you fire warning shots? Yes, I fired warning shots. And whilst I was firing warning shots, I was shouting, yelling. If you were to check, he fired back. Check my car. I was driving a BM around about that time. Ibhuti, like you would see ukuthi the guy, if bekakwazi ukuyisebenzisa lento ekayiphethe, bekangiphambanisile nezulu. Kodwa lokho ngaleso sikhathi azange ngikubone ukuthi abantwana bami bayosala bayini. Ngiyenzani? Ngathi athi ngilula isandla ngisilulele omunye umuntu ngoba nami kunomuntu owayelula isandla asilulela mina. Maybe umuntu engimaziyo, maybe umuntu engingamazi, but somewhere out there someone played a major role empilweni yami. Baningi abasilula isandla. So lilonke I can strongly and firmly say I am my brother's keeper. And with the guys that are around me, everyone that are around me, they'll tell you in times of need or in times of what, this is the person to reach out for. But you will never hear him complain. You'll never hear him say, I need this, I need that. But whenever you knock, he will gladly open the door. He will gladly reach out so that he can assist or do anything. So I am my brother's keeper. Kulabantu engihamba nabo, engitohoza nabo, ekubeni usomathuba eceleni, azokutshela lawo madoda ukuthi nginomuzi namhlanje, nginani namhlanje ngenxa yale ndoda. This guy took a chance. To be quite honest, kulezi seasons we are taking chances ebantwini.
Sonchikazi, your time is up. Thank you for your input. I don't have anything to say. I don't have a summary that I can make. I'm still emotional. I don't know, Ash, if you can say anything or you want to summarize or something.
Sonchikazi, thank you for sharing. There's nothing I can say to summarize your personal experience. That's a very touching story. If I were to add anything or say anything, it will just be me taking away from ubuhle bakho. So I'm just going to say thank you for actually putting your life on the line to help another man. Because in helping another man, you did not just help him, but you also helped his family. There's a man out there that is alive today, ngenxa yokuthi wena you put your life on the line. And you helping him is equivalent to you helping his whole entire family. So uThixo makakubusise akwandisele lapho ushota khona naloko unako afake some more. So God bless you. Thank you a lot for sharing your experiences, my guy. Siyabulela tata.
Thank you.
What I love about Historiska Sonchikazi is that he didn't know the people that he was saving.
Strangers, complete strangers.
So his emotions had no debt to the people. He did not feel like he owes to save them. He was just being a good man. He was really being a brother's keeper. A good Samaritan, if we were to go to the Bible, or I don't know. I like that about his story.
Yeah. Please accept the next speaker.
My phone is buffering. you know, nothing touches me like a person who gives respect to a person they don't stand a chance to ever benefit anything from. Like a person you are likely to see today and never see again. But you respect that person and you treat that person really good. Yet, like, there's no chance that they'll ever pay this back to you, but you treat them really good. You know, that to me is being a brother's keeper. Usboniso just, I don't know. Usboniso, request again. I think maybe you're having network problems.
Yeah, can we please get the likes up, guys, to 80K? Can we just get the likes up? Please continue tapping the screen. Allow more people to come into the live. Gents, if you are there in the comments, you've got a story about being a brother's keeper or someone who has once been a brother's keeper to you. Please share that experience with us so that Tina, as Amajita, we get inspired to do izinto ezinhle to other males out there. So thank you to everyone that has been here. Let's try to get the likes up to 80K, please.
Menke.
Yeah, funny how these stories, you know, we're relating this topic and these stories on Father's Day, right? How ironic is this? But anyway, hey. No, guys, be strong. You know, everybody's got their stories. You know, also have my, you know, almost somebody wanted to, you know, also accuse me of something, but I backed away before it could actually escalate to that. But the comment I wanted to say is that, you know, funny thing is that whatever religion, whatever culture you are, we all have a common thing that we believe in the higher power, right? So I don't want to bring too much religion into this, that we do have a higher power that we believe in. Right?
10K.
Yeah. Yeah.
Me, I'd like for you to actually go into that story. What the story that you just speed over, that you put on the side, can we please talk about that story?
Well, my story is...
That's if you allow, man, Kate. That's if you want to.
If you're okay with it. If you're okay with it.
I hear you. I was married for 9 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then she then started, you know, she hit a 180 and literally went from mother of 3 to behaving as if she was not a mother at all. And I don't blame her for her choices. I can't say she did the wrong choice, because at the end of the day, everybody's got their own decisions to make, right? Then there was a point where we now went for counseling, you know, the marriage counseling, to try and fix things and all of that, partying from Thursday till Tuesday. I mean, I worked in construction, where I used to, when we got separated, I was working in Witbank, come back on weekends. But on weekends, I'd never see her at all. Bear in mind, I'm the guy that did everything. I mean, from car to house to cell phone to, you know, the kids' crèche and like everything. So when we're busy with counseling, she then says there was one time where she said that after we did the deed, she felt violated, right? Then she proceeds and says, but I didn't say no and I didn't say yes, but I felt violated. So I'm thinking to myself, she never told me this anyway, anyhow. She never expressed these feelings. She never literally said anything about this. But now all of a sudden, when we're with other people, she says this. Now I'm thinking to myself, if I now continue, you know, being intimate with this person, I'm going to land up in a place where she's going to say, but I told you this, that I feel violated. So what then do I do? You know, I've got now this marriage to think of, I've got the kids to think of, and the livelihood and everything. So I'm thinking to myself, am I going to be a father being behind bars? Or am I going to be a father who can explain to his children that, hey, look, I'm not with your mother anymore for certain reasons, and this and that and that. You know, so this is why I said I evaded the situation before it got to that point where a person would say, no, you actually did rape me. And yes, I never said no, but I never said yes. Because the minute you say okay, yes, I know that not saying no is not a yes. We all know that as men. But there has to be a certain leeway, or not leeway, but a certain point where a woman needs to be clear of that. But there was no clarity when it comes to that. So that's when I backed off and I'm like, I'm not going to jeopardize my own life. I love myself too much for me to be in this situation where somebody's going to go ahead and then tell me that, but hey, you raped me, you know? So for me, hence I say I distanced myself from the situation before it got hectic, because somebody keeps quiet. And it's not like we were intimate at that time. And then the very next day we went for counseling. It was somebody telling me, no, this happened a month ago. And in between that month, we were still intimate. So again, you know, I'm still, even till now, I'm still trying to figure out, was there a game plot to it? Or what was it? I can't minimize it and say she didn't feel how she felt. I can't minimize and say she was wrong. I can't say anything of that nature because I don't know how she was feeling. I don't know how she was feeling. So I can't minimize that. I'm not going to minimize that fact. But my worry and my concern came in where, like, you keep quiet all this time. And after that, we become intimate with you initiating as well. But later on, when we are now counseling with other people, then you say this.
Yeah.
You know, so that was where my, it's, I mean, what am I going to say to the kids now? No, I did this to your mother. And, you know, I mean, you know, most men, especially, are very close to their mothers. There's nothing that a man can say, nothing that a father can say to actually explain to his kids why he did this to their mother. Nothing. No matter whether you are right or whether you are wrong, there is nothing you can say to actually go ahead and make your child understand that actually this did not happen until the mother actually speaks.
Do the kids know
So
that
yeah,
you guys
man,
are
that's
separated in the flat?
yeah. No, it's completely off now. So restarted my life again, rebuilt it for the past 3 years. And this is where I get all my knowledge from, because I knew it was just something deeper than just what we did. So I then went searching and searching. So all of this knowledge that I might seem to have is from that experience, and teaching myself on, let me not do this wrong again, or if I ever had to do it again, you know.
And
So
who was there for you? Who was there for you? Which brother was there for you being your keeper during all of this whole entire ordeal?
my uncle, who also went through similar situation, my brother-in-law, because I'm the only son in my family, so my older sister is also married. My brother-in-law was really there for me. I mean, a person coming, you know, my pastor, there was times when my pastor, I would speak to him for like 2 to 3 hours on the phone. Sometimes he even use his own airtime. I'd use like speaking 3 hours on the phone. I'll never forget help from Tumsani, my friend. He also went through the same situation a year before me. And believe me when I say this, you cannot go through something like hectic for a man, and if you don't have anyone, you will not make it. If you do not have a brother's keeper, you will not make it. Very few people make it unscathed. And even when men help you and your brothers help you, you come out on top with scars, but you come out on top. And I know I would not have made it if I did not have those 4 people helped me out. You know, obviously my mother being there as a pillar of strength as well. My dad didn't know what to do because he's just never known what to do ever since. You know, we've never just talked about women or anything like that. So I learned women from the streets. So, but those 4 men,
I hope you
they
don't
were
mean
pillars.
prostitutes.
Huh?
I hope you don't mean that you learned from prostitutes. I get what you're
No,
saying.
no. No, I'm talking about the streets, learning, you know,
Yeah, no, I
making mistakes
understand. I
and what
understand. Yeah.
necessarily. So I know those, especially Dumsani. No, that nigga was, you know, when niggas take that time out, man, they literally take that time out of their busy day. Motho phone on their lunch break for an hour, spend time with you, talking to you, spend time with you at night, talking about what's happening, trying to take off your mind off that, talking about the times where we used to own these cars and we used to make dangerous stunts with cars. You know, that on itself, you look at it now and you're like, yeah, no, guys. No, niggas are there. Niggas are there for you. And when they're there for you, it's literally asking for nothing. You know? Right now, my cousin is going through a similar situation. Now I'm the brains in this. I'm the one who dishes out this and that. My mom came to me is like, yeah, you know what? Right now, your son is very knowledgeable. I know he's really grown up because of how I speak now, you know.
Yeah.
And now it's time for me to pass it down to the younger generation or even my cousins and stuff. I mean, right now we have meetings once a month with my brothers in terms of my cousins and my brother-in-law and my uncles, where we just sit down, we buy food. The last time they came to my place, we sat from like 2 p.m. but I mean like at 2 a.m. talking about relationships and how men we should be. Mainly how we should be men in relationship and outside relationships. No alcohol, no jiving, no music, sitting in the cold with just a heater and just talking.
Absolutely.
So we're getting there. We are getting there.
No, we are getting there. And you know, with the likes of people like yourself, Menke, with the likes of you being here, it makes the process much more quicker. We said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Already, guys, the one step that we have taken already feels like we have covered so much ground. Only because we are just opening up our ears to listen to other men. So thank you for your experience. Thank you. Ndiswela imilomo yokubonga, my brother. Thank you for all of these things that you have went through. Because without that experience, we wouldn't be here learning from you as well. So thank you for that, my guy. Anele?
Menke.
Yeah.
I do want to say it's a good thing that you and the men around you get to sit and talk, share these experiences. And if one of you falls, the others are there to pick him up. It's a beautiful thing. My fear, though, is there's a guy who has no uncle, who has no brother, doesn't even know his father, maybe. And if he falls, the only way he thinks he can use to pick himself up is a rope, is a peel, or he's throwing himself over a bridge. How do we then reach out to those people? How do we become brothers keepers to those people? I keep stressing the issue of strangers because, yes. I have Ash, I have Sex, I have Uzuko, but there is Ulebzoro somewhere, and he has no one. And maybe when we meet Ulebzoro, we look down on him as men. We look down on him because we see him as a lesser being compared to us.
Yeah, you see, to answer you on that, Anele, is that, it's the point I came back to say is that the minute you help people, right? My mom always used to say this: the minute you help people, the higher power, whichever higher power you believe in, says if I give to Ash, I know I've given to 10 more people. So the minute you help, I mean, today, unfortunately, somebody beat me to it. When I was when I was in the transport today, somebody was short of money. So as I was busy digging in my pocket, somebody took out. There's always an opportunity given to you to help someone. People are being sent to us. The man without the brother's keeper is being sent to any of us out there. We must just be putting our ears out and listening and seeing the signs. This discussion that we're having now is teaching each other how to see the signs, right? To the point of saying the responsibility that we have is that, yes, like take TikTok. TikTok, we can post trending videos and all of that, but it's your opportunity to post that video that speaks to a man, that we are here to listen. I am here to listen. So you have that responsibility of taking your time out and posting that video, because they fly around to anybody out there, and these videos find people. Our videos find the people out there. So it's our responsibility to keep our ears open, our eyes alert to see which man out there is seeking help and to see the signs. A man, we've got these guys that cover up potholes to make extra money. We pass them in our cars and we don't give them the 2 rand. And that 2 rand is saying, guys, I see you. Continue the hustle. So it's not that we don't see them. We do. They are there. And we can save one at a time until we go ahead and reach all of them. And initiatives like this, it's what we need to keep on doing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Menkei. As Menkei is going down, I'm letting in another speaker. Do you want to say something, Ash?
No, I think we have kept Uzuko waiting for way too long. We are
No, I'm gonna let in Usboniso Kala. Usboniso came in, but he had a network problem.
Okay.
Usboniso, are you good?
I'm good. And yourself? Good.
I'm good, sir. I'm good, sir. Are you your brother's keeper?
Now I am. But for me to be that, someone was a brother's keeper to me, But I think my what I'm gonna share, it's not different, it's not unique, it's not hectic, but it's very common, and I think there's a reason why I want to actually get on this live and actually share, And I feel like a lot of men, in South Africa are not addressing this. We go through it and majority are suffering from it, And you get a lot of people's lives are getting destroyed, because of this. So, and the reason why, very ironic that you guys are having this topic during Father's Day, okay? And for me, it's around being a father, okay? And the impact and how dangerous for any South African man to be a father and not have a brother's keeper next to him. I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Being a father brings a lot of change in a man's life, okay? All depends when do you become a father, okay? I was a father at reasonably young age, but not too young. I think I was like 21 or so. But going through my first experience of being a father, with the woman that I was dating, she fell pregnant. Okay, got the news I'm going to be a father and so on. I stood in varsity, and then when I broke the news to my family that, look, this and this has happened, the response that I received, traumatized me a lot, because like my stepmom said, look, called a family meeting, was like, of course I've got like 4 other brothers, and he told my brothers with me inside the meeting. He said, this guy has decided to be a father, so he thinks he's a man, so he must carry out his duties as a man. No one must help him out here. And look, I'm 21, man. First time being a dad, whatever. You know, that's the most traumatizing thing ever. That my brothers are not allowed to help me, like my own brothers. You get what I'm saying? I had to sort of, I won't share, but it's because otherwise it's gonna be too long. But I had to hustle as a man, you know, try get work here and there, you know, take myself to varsity, support this kid
Kuniso,
and whatever. Yes.
you can share whatever you're comfortable with sharing. I won't time you. I'll let you talk.
Oh, okay. All right, because I was trying to rush it up with time. Okay, cool. So, pretty much I was hustling to sort of like as a guy, just trying to get work piece jobs here and there, take myself to varsity, pay for this kid and so on, whatever, support the child because I'm not allowed to, well, my brother not allowed to help me out with raising my kid. Do you get what I'm saying? The weird thing is, you know, life is something completely weird. The same year I had lost my father, and then, you know, at night I was sleeping with my baby mama and the kid, our first kid, and then like my dad came to my dreams and he said, "Whose kid is this?" You know, I was like, "But it's my kid." He's like, "No, this is not your kid. I don't know this kid." I was like, "What?" And the dream was so vivid. Like he asked me in my dreams, my dad, like, ask this woman, whose kid is this? Literally at night, ngisasemqashweni, ngavuka ngaphaphama, and I asked her. The kid was like 6 months. No, was 8 months. Ngabuza ukuthi ekabhale ngane. Like I just asked the question and then she was like, "Ke kwenzeke iphutha." I'm like, what?
Nah, man.
But yeah, but anyways, to
No,
sum it
don't
all
say
up, I
anyway, nigga.
left.
Don't speed past that. No, hold on. No, we're gonna talk about this, bro.
Okay. All right. So sort of pretty much the kid wasn't mine. It was another guy's kid.
Jeez.
I found that out still young. I think I was more traumatized about how much it took out of me to hustle, to raise this kid, you know, to a point where I was homeless, you know, in doing all these things. Because at home they'd rejected me, whatever. Ngaze wahlala emqashweni naye and had to sort of figure things out here and there. Do you get what I'm saying? Remember, being in mind, she doesn't work, I don't work. I'm the only person who's hustling, raising this kid. But fine, sharp. The kid is on mine. I lived that same day, same night. Ngangisentuzuma. Ngahamba. I just randomly started walking. Yeah, but I totally left because I was just young and traumatized. Ngahamba,
Yeah.
and then I went to a friend. And then ngahlala khona with a friend, whatever. That whole situation uhlala with a friend, bearing in mind that friend, it's not like uhlala like akanawo umuzi, uhlala like ngaphandle, like outside. So pretty much homeless in a sense.
Hmm.
So we're out in the streets, but whatever. It's the kid, only to find out, I think a week after, that she's pregnant. Lo muntu, exactly. So uphethe sesibili manje sizwe ne.
Esakho manje.
Yeah, but I was like to her, I angikholwa ngikholwa mina leyo nto nani nani nani. Yabo? And I was like, nope. So bona mase sikhona ingane. Then abakhona ingane, samsebenza i-DNA test. DNA test yabuya ithi eyami ingane. The other one akubuzwa, yeah, the other one vele it was not mine. The DNA test nakhona yasho ukuthi akuyona yami. Sharp. So I found myself in a position where the moment I found out ingane akuyona yami, bese khulula ingane yami. you get what I'm saying? So what that does to you, it puts you in a very fucked up situation. Excuse my language, but you don't know what's right, what's wrong, what's right. You get what I'm saying? And what best decisions you should take for yourself. Yeah, bro. But anyways, in that whole process, I had umngani wami who was there. You know, he was a brother to me emotionally. He was a very good supportive structure, and I will never stress that enough. Which, but for it's very important. Find not about 3, 10, whatever, one person in your life that you say, this is my brother's keeper. Someone okwazi ukuxoxa naye izinto ey'julile, yabo. Because remember, I had to deal with the trauma of once I found Singana again, I had to carry on raising the child because I was going through this trauma of people who know me and know that I have a kid, social media, whatever. I can't wake up gingenayo ingane. Yabo. I felt
Bruh.
less as a man. Do you get what I'm saying? So what does that do to a man? Yabo. Because uba namahlo, like you feel embarrassed. You feel ngathi, ish, yabo, angazi, you feel some type of way ngathi, ish, shoot uyabhayiza wena, yabo. Jazz, and you know, jazz. Do you get what I'm saying? And jazz, it's frowned like it's a joke. You become a joke to society as an African man. Jazz. Yeah, but and women would laugh about it. No lover would laugh about it. So it's not very easy for a guy to open up and say, guys, income is not mine. That's why you can find guys raising their kids that they know exactly like Zone Zabo. But they're raising those kids for the sake of Uti. I don't want the public to judge me and say, Agioni Amingan. Do you get what I'm saying? It's something that happens a lot. Only when I went through it and was exposed to Zindiganjena, but I've never heard people talk about. But majority of people go through that. Yeah, but there's so many guys raising kids that are not theirs, but basaba ukuhlekwa even to their family. Yeah, but so umuntu akazi how we gonna deal with it because that's the hardest part. Kubuhlungu ukuthi yesingane kuyona yakho, but how do you then? Because to some degree we mustn't lie. To some degree we feel the responsibility to let everybody know what akuyona lengane. Yeah, akuyona yami lengane because I was celebrating lengane in front of you guys. I was saying, hey, ingane yami iyakhula, washo wacema nani. And then all of a sudden it's not my child. What do you do then? Yeah, boss. So a lot of men don't know how to recover from that. And what happens is you spiral down with depression. Yeah, boss. And that's what happened. Yeah, boss. Yes, but
Are you still raising that kid?
no, I'm not. Ne? I'll fast forward the story with how my life went from there on. So my friend, he calmed me down emotionally. I was able to just deal with young kid. It took me a year to have the strength to accept that I'm not a father. And it's not my responsibility. If I'm just father no febile or meeting ngaphandle, that's not me being less of a man. Do you get what I'm saying? Ngaba open about it. Ngaba open, yabo. And I started telling my close friends, which I know alangana kuyona yami, yabo. I found out that akuyona yami nan. And it was from a circle of friends. I was the first person to go through it, yeah, bo. And others, bahleka abanye, they were understanding whatever. But it's dynamics, not dark. You know how we are. Fast forward. My other friend, he goes through the same thing. He goes through the same thing, but in this case, he's able to deal with it. The moment he found Nganagoniaki, the first person he came to was me. Because I'd shared my story with say, guys, I know Nganagoniam, yeah, but it's understandable. Yeah, but and then they knew it for him, it became easier for him to approach me with I'm going through such and such. Yeah, but because he knows I relate to the story. Right. And I was able to support Nami because I know exactly what he's going through. Yeah, bo. And then my friend who helped me through everything. Yeah, but that guys, bafethu khona olava abaphilayo ngaphandle. Yabo. Khona olava abaphilayo that he's a friend, but I value him more than my own blood brothers. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I value him more than any other gent ngaphandle mfethu. Yabo. Like I told you guys, like, you know, staying in the streets, whatever, young, like, you know, I've been through quite a lot in my life, ne? But the grace of uNkulunkulu just does miracles. Kuwena zomjita, ne? My life is nice, manje, and I've remained true to that guy, yabo. Ngamsiza, built him a house, whatever, just to show my appreciation. Good, first, you helped me through like I was low at that time, low. Suicide, I was very suicidal. It's like it's nothing about, because the thing, it messes you up as a guy, like it messes you up. But to fast forward, just to explain what the decision I took back then. So I decided to stay with the baby mama despite knowing ukuthi the other kid ayona yami, le khona manje yami. I was like, the only thing I wanted was just to be a dad and be a great dad. That's all. Simple, but it. Yeah, bo.
All right.
And then so I decided to stay with her so that I can raise my child. I raised my son, yeah, calling yami, because I don't want to be those dads who's not part of impilo zabo ingane.
Shut up.
So
Shut up.
so I kept my end of you know, the deal as a father. I was there. There's a mom, there's a dad. Couple of years down the line, somebody with our second child and then what happened was 2020, 2020, she went back. She was like cheating with the baby daddy, the initial like baby daddy. Yeah, well, but you see, do you see what? Yeah, but where this is where now it becomes tough for guys, and this is what women don't understand. These kids that you're raising, they'll go through something similar. And you when about the same thing to your child. Yeah, boy. And then what happened then is I was like, I can't do that, man. Yeah, boy, I had to call it quits. Yeah, boy. So I called it quits. I was like, guys, but I'm tired. Guys, I tried. I'm good. Yeah, boy. But iy'ngane zami is fine. Ngiqhubeka nginakekele ngenze yonke into. School fees is on me, clothes is on me, child support is on me, yonke into is on me. I don't need, like, literally nothing. I'm gonna carry on and be the best father. If you make 10, you know, when people, like, when you do yonke leyo nto, ekugcineni kids suffer. Yabo. They suffer because abantu besilisa, they get so accused. Yabo. They're always a bad person in the picture. So ingane before the Crawford private school, kamnandi, I'm hustling, want to give my kid the best. And I've moved on because sengimuve on impilo yami manje useyelwa ney'ngane. Sikhuluma my child ayikho nami because I wanted to stay with my kid and raise my kids. Ayihlali nami iy'ngane zami wayikhipha esikoleni in a private school. They go to some, I don't know what random school nje, angiyazi nje igama layo, just to spite me. Yabo. But the kids are not getting the best. Yabo. And what do you do as a guy, as a gent? How do you cope during the engine where you constantly need to fight to be a dad? Yabo, don't. It's Father's Day namhlanje. Yabo. I'm not able to spend time with my kids. Do you get what I'm saying? Yabo. And as guys, we understand, abantu besifazane by understand with how much they damage gents out there. Yabo. Who are trying to be just good fathers.
Okay.
Yes,
It's
but
okay, my brother. It's okay. So long we gents understand because we are here listening to other gents. So you don't need validation from any other female. So long Tineza Machita Silla, we hear your story and we understand you. It's all good. I am sorry that you had to go through such a painful situation. And you are correct in saying that at the end of the day, it is the kids that suffer because you try to do the best and then they take away from that just to spite you, not even thinking about the
Sponiso,
kids. So it's
yes,
not your fault.
Sponiso,
yes, but
where you at?
I'm in Joburg right now.
There's a family court in Joburg. I don't know. I can take you to the family court if you want. Look, does your name appear in your kid's certificate?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. It's a mistake we make, most of us men. I don't have a kid, but it's a mistake we make, most of us men. When the kid is born, we allow a case where our names are not put in the child's birth certificate. And because of that, you can't do anything for the kid without the mother's presence. Yet the mother will be able to do whatever they want to do for the kid in your absence because your name is not on the certificate. Because whenever you do something for the kid, they will want the birth certificate, and it's an unabridged certificate. It shows the parents' names.
Yeah.
So the reason she could take the child out of the school is because your name is not there. It's a mistake most men make when the child is born. And if you can prove that you've been maintaining your children to the family court, then you will have a right to challenge the birth registration of the child, which will then require your name to be put on the birth certificate. Only when your name is put on the birth certificate, you can then argue which school your kids are taken to or not taken to. But at this point, you can't even open a bank account for your kid because your name is not on that certificate. You can't take your kid to a doctor without the mother because your name is not on that certificate. So it's something that we as men need to get to a point where we make sure when the kid is born, our names are on that birth certificate.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Can you just accept the next speaker while we wait and then
Okay.
Last thing I want to say.
Yeah.
I wish we as men also could get to a point where we make it a norm that once the child is born, they do not leave the hospital without a DNA test done.
Exactly. Yabona mina, yabona, you're right, because you know what, the second one, she had no leg to stand on because I was like, I know what I've been through with the initial baby. Ngathi, when we had our second son, ngathi, I'm definitely doing it, yabo. And ngazi with where I stand, yabo. So both my sons, they're mine. And the thing is, ngafika ngahamba ngowenza naye, and then after a couple of months, because I had all the documents, ngahamba ngozenzela mina on my own without her knowing or whatever. I just took to swam, and then we went. Yeah, but because sometimes they're also a bit funny, like, but they will pay out the hotel on the side so that the mothers are right. So also as gents, just do it in Skatsako. Yeah, but it's not expensive. It's not expensive. It's like 1.5. It's not expensive. Yeah, but
it's for free now.
Yeah, but now.
Public hospitals is for free now.
But in case of public, sometimes they don't want to just disrupt him then. So above it, pause, you don't get the right. Yeah, but so just go to a private one where none. But to just sum it up, guys, gents, like fathers, not all fathers that are not present in their lives are bad people. As we stand, I hustle so much, guys, and I'm trying so much to be a present father. I'm born physical. So I'll tell you what, the justice system in South Africa is so messed up, guys. You won't understand. So I've taken all routes. I've went to the family advocate. I've tried to get custody of Ingane and Nanani. But you might think I'm joking, ne? And this is true. ngaya kwi-court yase-Verulam, ngaya kwi-court yase-eThekwini CBD. I've tried for more than a year manje to get my kids. When you're a man, abayilali into ozoyisho at all.
No, you need.
They don't consider anything, and I can prove yonke into I have with okay, nank monthly ngayifaka imali, child support this much, school fees. Crawford has all the records. Imagine even now, cause private schools, I'm paying for school fees in Ghana Ikokon. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, isn't it Ranjalo? And as guys, we don't have a voice because automatically we are better. Do you get what I'm saying? And I've seen a lot of guys go through the same, but for me, what I'm saying is, as a guy, just have a support structure. Because a lot of guys are going through that, I've seen most of abanye abantu, they go down this rabbit hole of depression, and how we try and overcome or depression is different, and it becomes dangerous. Other people become alcoholics in the process, abanye become abusive in the process, because you feel like a failure of being a father. And what am I doing wrong? Even now, like I work so hard, but I right because I just want to raise my kids, guys.
All right. No. Thanks a lot, Sbonifo. Thank you a lot for sharing all of this. I'm just now in a bit of a rush because we need to accept our speaker. He has been here for quite some time now, and then Uzuko after has to come in after this. But this is not the end of the conversation. We will still continue it another time on another day. So thank you very much, Sboniso.
Thank you.
Sponiso.
Yes.
As you go to the comment section, I want to say this. We as men often feel like we are not listened to. A friend of mine who's a lawyer, but he's in the Eastern Cape. He once said to me, when you're fighting such cases, you need to have a lawyer, not go on your own. Because the law is already structured in a way that it protects women. So you need a lawyer, a person who will know how to speak on the law in a way then that it works for you. He said to me, it can be a state lawyer, it can be a private lawyer, it's up to you, but you need to have a lawyer. There's a person on the comment section that says, so that you can then put your name on the child's birth certificate. That is not true. If you can prove that you've been present and you've been maintaining your kid, doing all the necessary, if you can prove it, then you can challenge the registration of the birth of the child. Thank you, Sbonis.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Say I don't know how to call your name. SG.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey. All right. This is what happened. My daughter took my phone, and she likes to go on TikTok. I don't know how she does it, but she goes on TikTok and enjoys it. I don't know what she did. She changed the name. Now it says I have to wait a whole month to change it.
Come in, man. Are you a brother's keeper?
I used to think I am, but now I'm faced with a much bigger challenge that my brother is going through. As I'm breaking it down to you, tears are welling up. I'm failing to contain myself. It's a bit of a pickle and a difficult situation he's in. All right, I grew up with this guy. From I don't know, from 4 years. Now I'm 37, and we've been apart. I've been the one who's been away. Now, when I got back to Mzansi, now I met him, and he's running his own small business. He's doing odds and ends. Yes. Now, it so happens that he's married. He's married to a lady who's a teacher, and he's got 3 kids. Now, everything is fine. Now, the issue of being my brother's keeper comes in, Lana. 2 days back, he was here doing some. I recently moved into a new house. Now I call people that I know to come and help me out. So ngambiza ngithi, all right, can you come and help me out with ABC? He comes in to do that. Then I found him standing on the corner, and he was clueless, like out. And I'm like, hey, no, are you kwenzakalani? What's going on? Now the guy says, okay, of all the people, I haven't said this to anyone, and I don't want my family to know. This guy is married to a lady who is a teacher. Now he tells me, okay, yabona le ngane is not mine. Le ngane ngamthola anayo. I was like, wow, the way
What,
he treats that child.
the
There's no
firstborn?
difference in the firstborn is not his.
Okay.
I didn't know it. I didn't know it. When I saw the child, when I first met the family, I could see the mom in the child. I would, oh, okay, cool. This baby looks like the mom, yabona, and that is normal. That's a beautiful family they had. Now, this brother broke down and he says, okay, I haven't been intimate with my wife since November last year. Now they're staying together in this house. She's now sleeping in a different room. Apparently, like traditionally, we guys will yithini esibhekana nokukhupha udoti, taking rubbish out and all. Now, as he's taking the rubbish out, he comes across a pregnancy test. Now, the wife does not want him to touch her. I don't want to be long. Angifuni ngibe mude. Kwenzeka, apparently there's someone over data there. She was cheating with someone, and this guy spoke on the phone with her. This guy has been seeing the same number, about 910. Shooting the guy will be calling to say good night or something, and this one has said, all right. He ended up getting to a point where he approached them. He called the number and said, all right, listen, did this person tell you she's married and she's got kids? I don't know that. Now, she only told me she's got 2 kids only and all. When in actual fact she has how many? They now got another child. They've got 4 kids. So they've got all kids in all. They've got 4 kids. Now it so happens she's now pregnant with this guy for the 5th child, who is not his, and he has come to see that. Now he is lost as to what to do. He is this kind of guy who is down. He's not a violent guy. I'm sorry to say, Mina, I'm an animal. He is meek. I don't know how to put it, but he's not a guy who's gonna lay a hand on her. He's not a guy who will hurt a fly. He's so down to earth. He's this Christian brother, doesn't fight, he doesn't do anything. Now she has gone to the point of saying, all right, sure, I'm sure the issue started when COVID restrictions started, because he's been doing odds and ends. He does call outs, he goes over to someone and fixes something and does this. He's got a nice car, he drives his car, but this one, because she's got a nice job, I believe, she met someone in that wavelength, I'm sure, financial wavelength, that was better than her husband. Now, where I'm supposed to be the brother's keeper is I do not know what to tell him. Because if I am to tell him to leave his kids, I know he will commit suicide. He will commit suicide. That's a fact. I don't know what to suggest. I'm
Okay,
prepared
your kid gave you a name, but what do we call you?
Chugu.
Just say dead man.
Okay, dead man. Look, I think the best thing you should do, that this is my opinion, I think the best thing you should do is, if he's willing, take him to a professional. Because whatever advice you give, it could be a good advice, but his state of mind might not be prepared for it. So you need to take him to a person who will be able to assess the state of mind before they give their advice, or who would be able to assess this whole situation before they can say something to it. Because I fear you're gonna speak your view because he's your friend and you are a man. So you see this as something that what if it was happening to you? So you're going to judge it that way. And then the advice could actually be a good advice, but worse for the situation or for worse for him. So I think if you can try and take him to a professional, a psychologist of a sort. Other people like saying take the person to a pastor. I'm not against the idea of a pastor, but also try a psychologist.
Let's be honest, guys.
I don't mind.
You don't mind? Continue.
Yes.
No, please proceed, sir.
No. Please go on. Sorry.
I think it's better to deal with a professional. Someone that studied theology is a different story compared to someone who actually studies human behavior. I am not trying to reduce people to, but we are not a jack of all trades. A pastor is not a jack of all trades. That's where they lack. And they lack in understanding mental health because they tend to call them you're possessed by demons when you actually have real depression issues. So I prefer the best thing, take that man to a professional psychologist. I can add, I'm seeing a therapist myself. Very normal functioning guy in society, but I have my own therapist. And mine is for free from a public institution. So what I suggest is take him to the hospital or the clinic, the local clinic, so that he can get access to the hospital facilities because they only offer you psychological help in the hospital, not in the clinic. So lo muntu makafika ekliniki atshele unesi ukuthi you know what, there's nothing wrong physically with my body, but I am just not in a good happy place. I am not right. And then immediately they'll just refer him inside the hospital to the psychologist. So bazamqala nge-therapist, bazathetha naye to do the mental assessment le anele athetha ngayo, and then if needs be, they'll see what they do. Because I think what Anele is saying is that we don't want to rush to give advices from our own experiences. Our advice might be right, but he may not be in the right state of mind to actually accept the reality of that. Some people don't want to accept the reality. The same way he didn't want to accept the reality that the firstborn child is actually not his child. He's still staying there. So it means that there's something about him that makes him want to be loyal, to the ends of defeat, so to speak, So let that man go see a psychologist. But thank you very much for sharing that, my sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, guys, yes, please go ahead.
I was just saying, take him to somebody who's a professional in this. And I learned this the hard way, Ash. Make sure that he agrees to going to the psychologist. He doesn't just do it because you want him to go there. When I first went to a psychologist, our first interview was about the reason I went there. And I found I went there for a wrong reason because everybody in my family was saying I hate women, I behave in a certain way and whatever. Kagiso was like, no, you're not supposed to be here because they're saying that. You're supposed to be here because you feel there's a problem. Because now I'll be deciphering what they are saying, not how you feel. So make sure that he sees the need to go there so that he can be able to open up when he gets to the psychologist.
Okay. Excuse me. I'll definitely be doing that. Now, the first thing I think, besides everything, I think I have to force him to move in into my place. That will be easier where we can monitor and be with him. Because growing up, there was a time when I thought and we suspected that he could be suicidal. So I'm going to ask him to come through and be in the cottage. Be alone, like if it means being alone, but not because he's sleeping in this bedroom. The woman is sleeping in that bedroom. He listens to her on the phone. Her family is not accepting the fact that their daughter did something wrong. He has approached the family and the family is not standing by or being clear. But thank you guys. Thank you very much. Thank
No,
you.
Listen,
don't force him.
distributor.
Don't force him, but do ask that he comes and stay with you. I'm afraid of the word force. Do ask and do try to show him a reason why he should stay with you and maybe move away from everything just for some time to get a clear head. I'm going to sound soft, but I'm going to say this. Be kind about it. Be soft about it. Be loving about it. So that when he moves in with you, he does it feeling safe. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I get you. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Be kind about it. Don't like respect his ego, respect his pride. Remember, a man is his ego, is his pride. So respect that.
Angibonge mfethu. Thank you, gentlemen.
No, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Chugu. And to answer your question, because I think your struggle was you not knowing how to be a brother's keeper to your brother. The fact that you came on the live and you shared your experience, that's more than enough, because you are looking for advice for him. So even though he may not get the direct impact of this yet, he's going to. So you have done enough by actually opening up yourself up to receive information from abanye abantu. So thank you very much for you jumping on, sir.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
You've got
Goodbye.
a cute, very cute son there.
It's a daughter. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
You know, Ash, somebody once advised me that when you're not sure of the gender of a child and you want to compliment or comment on the child, always assume it's a girl. That way, even if it's a boy, it becomes a compliment that it's a pretty boy. Because if you assume it's a boy and it's a girl, it might mean that somebody once advised me that. Zugo.
Good one. First of all, lo mfuqi bophuma mani, hey, hayi, intle le nto ayenzayo. Wenza le nto ingaske ndiyibone isenzeka. Umntu xa exakiwe akwazi ucela uncedo kwabanye abantu. Also then funeka ndiphinde ndincome nina ke ngoku for availing such a space. Uba abantu bakwazi ukuya komnye umntu ba-approach bathi ndixakwe kule ndawo. That is very igama lesilungu lisemkile ke ngoku apha kum. Kodwa kayinani. Into efika ihlala ezantsi endaweni enzulu. Ndize ke ngoku kule nto ndiyingenelayo, uAnele bebuzile ukuba unyana wakho wenze into embi, uyazi eyenze kumntana omnye umntu. Kule nto kaBrothers Keeper abe engekho kuwe. One, we are ngenxa ye-foresight, we want to prevent ii-consequences xa sizaziyo zimbi. We always sihleli nje sifuna ukhusela. Njengale nto ithethwa ngulo mfo ngoku, ufuna ukhusela umntakwabo kwizinto azibonayo uba zingenzeka. You'd want to do the same for your son, but I think besikhe sathetha ngokuya besisajonga indlela umntu ongutata ame ngazo ngento yi-integrity. That thing should not only speak to taking care of your own, but bekumele uba you should be going with a clear conscience naxa uyothetha ngomnye umntu. So my answer, Anele, mna hayi ndingamxela uba uyenzile and be damned i-consequence. Ewe ndiyayazi uba one ayinondiphatha kakuhle, yandiphatha kakubi kakhulu. But also understanding that abantu ababekhe bareyipha baye baphinde when there are no consequences ezi-serious. Uyabona, if they get away with a slap, if kwenzekile uba kwathiwa hayi bebenxilile and the guy gets away with it, if kwenzekile kwathiwa there is no way to prove and the guy gets away with it, he is more likely to do it again. So funeka i-consequence ibe as severe and as harsh as possible. In this case, I think kule particular case ye-rape neye-murder, when you kill someone, I believe you should receive the harshest of consequences. When you rape someone, when you violate someone sexually, or assault them sexually, you should again receive the most harsh of punishments. That is my belief. That's my stance. Now, when it comes to ezinye consequences, kwinto ibikhe yathethwa phaa ekuqaleni uba sometimes it's the responsible thing uba umntu umyeke ayifumane consequence. But sometimes it is also good uba umntu umprevent angayifumani yonke i-consequence ye-action yakhe, so that there is something to save at the end. This is how I talk to people. Abantu endandisela nabo batsho ezi kwasasithengela utywala yoneva ndithi andicinga sondikwazi ukuthengela utywala ndandisela nawe. Andikwazi ukuthengela utywala, ungandicela yonke enye into if ndikwicapacity yoyenza will do it, but asoze ndikuthengele utywala, sondikuthengele isiyobisi. Why? Andirhaleli ufike to a point whereby utywala busigqibile isibindi sakho and then awusakwazi uphila, or isiyobisi siyibulela imiphunga yakho okanye izintso awusakwazi uphila. That's how I prevent that consequence. But ndiyarhalela nawe uzibonele uba yazi ndiyadinga usuka kule nto ndikwazi uphila, you know. So i-consequence when it comes to being your brother's keeper, for me kulaa nto ke ye-limitations ndinezinto whereby I'm like I can prevent that. I can help sinqandane singekafiki kulaa ndawo uba kwayiva into ethi ugotywa usemncinci kwenzela uba uzongophuki. So you can help uba masugobe ngoku isaqalayo le nto singade siyeke ibe rongo ayibone uburongo bayo bonke. But yet kunezinto ezisavie that zona funeke zivile intlungu yazo in being a brother's keeper. Ndinazo ezo stance and I think ndazithatha pretty early on because luckily for me ndaba ne-example yomntu oright ndisakhula ongutata. My father is absolutely one of the most exemplary people to mold your life after. Indlela aziphatha ngayo nabanye abantu, indlela aziphatha ngayo endlini, indlela afunda ngayo izinto, nendlela afundisa ngayo. He is that guy. As a result, I have difficulty with into ethi xa kuthiwa khawuthethe nobani zuko. Abantu that know uba I've come up from addictions and whatnot, and I've come out from dropping out of varsities and whatnot. Baye bathi khawuthethe nobani, and I find it so difficult to go to the child uthi uyothetha naye because mna indlela endifundiswe ngayo was just a man who led by example on a daily basis. This is why integrity I always emphasize xa ndithetha ngezinto, because I saw him lead that life on a daily basis where utata zange ajike abe yenye into ngenye imini abe yenye angabiyo into ngenye imini. Une-faults zakhe zininzi, but yet on a daily basis when I look over ubomi bakhe bendisitsho kuye nanamhlanje uba he is one of the few people I've seen purely striving to do good almost all the time.
Masibulele Zuko.
That's my 2 cents into being a brother's keeper.
Masibulele Zuko. And I like that uthi when you would actually report on your own son. But I do hope that in saying that you are aware that this might mean your son might never forgive you ever in life, or their mother might never forgive you ever in life for putting their son in prison. But I hope you thought of that before arriving to the decision that you would still report on him, because
I have.
as these are consequences for him of what he did, there will be consequences for you for reporting on him.
Or what you do. I understand.
Yeah. There's no good act that goes unpunished. So I hope you did think of that.
I absolutely did. It's one of those, Anele, whereby you go, but if I don't do this, will I be able to live with my wife? Will I be able to live with my son? Will I be still lazuko ndizazi ndinguye xa ndihleli naba bantu, knowing that I'm letting this one person get away with this deliberately? So zezo nto uqonde, am I willing to change purely to serve aba bantu, if it's to serve your son or to serve your wife? Or how will I be serving my other kids if unabo abanye, if I do this? So, way on the consequence, I absolutely understand that they might not take the same stance as I do, but I also understand that Uzuko is Uzuko independent of what they think of me, of how they feel about me. The decisions I take, yes, they will impact them, but also they impact me more than they do the rest of them. So,
Masibulele Zuko. Masibulele. Ash, Umzansi Entertainment, before I let Bandu in, Umzansi Entertainment is asking that you say something. I don't know what they want you to talk about per se, but please talk.
Yo, Mzansi, why are you putting me on the spot when I'm Mzansi? This is the platform to allow other people to speak. And remember, this is the live, not for my account, but it's for everybody's account. It's for every man that is out there in society. But since you want me to say something, I'd like to add on to what Uzuko is saying, since I'm always adding on to people's stuff. I agree with what Uzuko said. I want to enlighten people on a specific aspect about how we raise children in our community. Africans have a long history of saying that it takes a village to raise a child. And there's a reason why that saying kept on being reiterated all over and all over. You see, the slave trade brought about the sense of ownership, because when we were colonized, the white people came with this element of, ownership and possession. I have this is mine, this is mine. And when we were colonized, our cultures also got colonized, our psychology got colonized. So we started developing this behavior of even treating abantwana as if they are our own possessions. The kids that you have are not your own possession. And let me explain why. The problem with not reprimanding a child and protecting a child just because ungumntwana wako eyenze into wrong to the community is very dangerous. When you protect your child, you're only limiting the child to learn from your own experience as a parent. So if you approve of the child is going to disapprove of everybody's expectations out there in society. What I am saying is your child can be a thief, can be a rapist and a murderer to everyone out there and feel okay with it, because when as umzali, you are forgiving and hiding and you are not punishing that child. Which is why it is absolutely mandatory for a parent to say, when your child has committed something wrong to somebody else in the community, let that child go to jail. Whether it's your child, whether you love that child, that doesn't matter. Because you are not raising a child for yourself. That child will engage with other people in society. And that's why as a parent, you have that responsibility to allow this child to make sure he gets reprimanded. So I absolutely agree with what Uzuko said. The consequences that this child must feel are necessary. The fact that you won't have a child running around to send them to go buy sweets for you because that child will be in jail, that we can deal with later. But let's not protect people for our own selfish reasons, because you're protecting a child just because it's my child. It's my child, but it's a problem to other people in society. People are going to be murdered and raped and killed and all of these things because of that child that you so love. Us. But it gets very toxic once we start protecting rapists and murderers. And that's what Uzuko is saying. That regardless of how much you love a child or how much you love someone, consequences must always be felt. We raise children for the community. That's why when we say brother's keeper, it's not only biological brother. The term brothers itself, we remove that apostrophe, it means brothers, which means plural for every man in society. So we have to keep every man in society accountable and responsible. We have to keep every man in society mentally healthy. So that's why people like Dead Men's Friends, the one that has that guy, right? That's why we need to help such people. So in my opinion, I would force that man to come live with me, Because regardless of the fact that he might not like it, but at least the consequences that he's not going to wake up one morning and slaughter his family. Because if he's still living in that house, one day he might flip and decide to shoot all the children and shoot the mother. So it's safer when that man is not living in that house and lives with me as a friend. So in doing that, I have saved a family from death. So in reprimanding my own child by allowing the police to take him to jail for rape or Ndondoni, I have saved multiple people from getting in trouble for that. So I absolutely agree with Zugo on that end. Thank you.
Mzansi Entertainment. The topic for today is I am my brother's keeper. So it's not parenting. So I can't say anything that's besides being my brother's keeper. I believe the moderators will also engage you. Zuko, as you go down, Bantu.
Hey man,
You good?
I'm well. Are you?
I'm good, man. Are you your brother's
Hey,
keeper?
thanks. Greetings to everybody on the panel and everybody on the comments section. Mhlawumbe allow me Nyamende to say, ndicela ungangeni ncam kwi-topic. I apologize for that, but I just want to say, when as Anele Nyamende, I don't know if you know this, but you yourself are a brother's keeper. By just getting the vision and putting it to practice to say, let me get men together and get them to talk. We come from a habit of men that don't want to talk, men don't want to speak, bottle things up, and when they come out explosive. And so when you start these live sessions every Wednesday and every Sunday, you are slowly getting men used to the idea of talking. We are slowly getting the grease onto the rust, onto the scabs, onto the wounds, to a point where men are going to be comfortable with the idea of talking. And I want to urge you to continue with these consistency, my brother. Just keep on coming, keep coming up with the content, because somebody's going to come in one day and they'll find something that speaks to them. Then the challenge to every man that is here is to say, when we come on to these platforms, I don't know if you're familiar with the principle of degrees of separation, but that principle says you are practically 6 contacts away from anybody in the world. You know people that know people that know people. And that literally means every single one of us that is here, if we can go out after this live, go to our different platforms and try to change the conversations a bit. We are getting information, we are getting knowledge that is making the world a better place, I'd like to think, or at least shaping people's thinking that could possibly change the world into a better place. If we can go out of this live and say it's not going to be business as usual on TikTok, it's not going to be one-legged as usual, but we're going to go out there and start this conversation, ultimately, these messages will get to the brother that's got emotions bottled up to a point where he wanted to either hang himself or shoot the wife and the kids and then shoot himself. It'll get to the brother that has disconnected from society. It'll get to the worst of people. And I'd like to think that if we continue doing this, ultimately, we could get to every single man till every man takes his rightful place in society. So I just want to say, we Lindo Yako boy, just keep doing it. And with that, I'd like to go down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bantu. I don't know how to respond to that. Thank you.
Mandem does
It's
not
all
know
good.
how to take compliments except from somebody. But yeah, we appreciate that, Banele. That's absolutely Bantu. Sorry, not Banele. Thank you very much. Don't you want to say good night to somebody, Anele?
I'm actually typing. Let me clear what I'm typing. Sleep well, my love. I think I'm gonna text you or call you just after the live, but sleep well in case by the time I do, you're already snoring. We have no more speakers when Ash.
Yeah,
I don't know
which
if I
is
should let
fine.
I don't know if I
Which is
should let Uta Tops and everybody that feels like they can come in and we conclude on the conversation so that we can decide if we continue with this topic on Wednesday or we come with a new one. But if you ask me, I feel today we did the dance and for me it was enough.
Listen, this was a tango, it was a waltz, it was slow, emotional. And honestly, I think we really need to extend our thanks again to everybody. Men K, me, I like violence. I do like violence. I'm not gonna run away from that. Me, I like violence, guys. Because violence comes with truth, it comes with reforming. And that's why I like the emotional pain that we felt during this live. Because that pain, that emotional torture, all of those feelings that we endured, they triggered something in our hearts. And from that triggered pain, we are going to go out here being better people. We are going to be woke and, very much, aware of what's going on in people's lives. So we learn passively from you guys. We learn passively from each and every single one of you. So thank you very much. About the topic that we are going to have for next week, Wednesday, that can be discussed tomorrow. I think the emotional part of this life has taken such a toll on me, because it was so deep. It's not like the other lives where we argue about Indota must, that's fine. This has been so
Um,
emotional that I feel like taking a break and relaxing after this. So we can even end the live early. Yeah.
Tembela, once the live is done, I download it from TikTok because for now we haven't found a way to record the whole thing with the comments. So I just download the live from TikTok and then I upload it on YouTube. If you can go through my wall, you will see my videos. You will see there's like short videos, clips, and then they would have links on them. So you can just go and check those links. You take it to your browser, it will take you directly to the video. Ash should have some on his wall as well. Who else has Dali? There's a number of people that has these. So there's links. You can find them on YouTube. But if you can check on my wall, you will find a clip with a link, and then you can go and just watch them or share them with people. 93, 94. How are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm good. How are you? How's everyone?
We
It's
okay,
all
man?
good. You know that number, the way Anelo called your number, it sounded like some lady, a chicken licking, calling your order number, like order number 9394.
I get that a lot.
It sounded like that.
I get
But
that
yeah,
a
no.
lot. It's actually
Yeah.
my plate. Actually, the number there.
Is it your number plate?
Oh.
Okay. For the nice Volvo there, I see the nice Volvo there myself.
Not for the Volvo. In fact, the Volvo doesn't have the Volvo doesn't have a personalizing.
Plate, yeah.
It doesn't. It's just a normal MP number plate on it.
Okay, no, granted. All
Yeah.
right, so let's
I only personalize like one, and I don't think it's something that I would just do it. I feel like it just drags unnecessary attention sometimes, my opinion alone. So, and it's quite expensive. It's expensive, those things.
All right, no, it's okay.
Okay,
Let's
93,
talk about
94.
the
Do you
topic.
feel like you are a brother's keeper?
Yeah, man. I believe so. I mean,
Oh,
what
yeah,
can I
wait.
say?
Please, before you come in, before you go forward, this is the last speaker that we're gonna take for the night. There are no people on the request, so then the requests are officially closed. Do you want someone to request, Ash?
No, look, I am good. 130K likes. Thank you very much. No more requests for tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 93, 94 is going to be the last person that talks to us on this topic. And then we're going to have people coming in to conclude. And then we decide if we're going to have another topic or we're just closing the live. 93, 94, you may continue, sir. To me, it sounds like an assassin. Never mind. Continue, sir.
Sounds like what?
A hitman of a sort.
I sound like a hitman. How do hitmen sound like, my brother? Just like me.
No, keep talking.
Like
I'll
the
tell you when you're
serial
done.
number. It's like the
Talk when
serial
you're
number.
when.
Oh, you mean that? Oh, okay. Look, you guys are doing this is amazing. First of all, just to say what's happened, the conversations you guys are having today, it has quite a lot of growth into it, you know. You're never too young or too old to learn, you know. Um, I I let me just tell you this. Um, Let me just tell you this. With me, I believe that I am a brother's keeper, you know. I me and my friends and my family, I've got quite a lot of cousins and we look after each other quite a lot in a lot of scenarios, you know. And one thing that I would like to say, you know, I wanna tap back into the gentleman that had to raise a kid that's not his, you know, and so forth, and what he went through, and which is, I apologize. Hey, that is quite painful, what that guy went through, you know. With me, it's different, you know. I've never grew up without a dad. You know, I've never met my father my whole life. I've been raised by a single mom. Um, at first, when my mom, there's times whereby before she is where she is now, just to go back, I'll just keep it brief and, you know, just keep it so that I don't waste too much of your time. Um, when I was growing up, being raised by a single mom that had no job, Mkukwini, it was difficult, you know, back in the days. I remember that. I remember my mom going to, she was volunteering to be a traffic cop, and long story short, the day she had to get employed, we were so happy, but they didn't take her, you know? I remember her crying and sitting by the bed, and I was looking that, hey, it means now this Mkuku lifestyle is gonna be the rest of our lives, because I mean, she'll talk about, I'll buy a car, you know? She'll talk about, we're gonna move out, maybe live somewhere in a city, you know? Um, Maybe we're gonna live somewhere in a city. So what I'm trying to say is, as you grow without a dad, um, you face quite a lot of challenges. Like your Father's Day, you write Father's Day letters to your mom or your grandma, you know? You for me, I think when I started doing grade 4, my mom started getting a proper job and life started happening and life started changing, and I started going into been having the privilege into going to a private school, or having the privilege into life just changing, and I could see it. But the one thing that I'm going to tell you is, as you grow up, for me, cautiously, I don't have children. The reason right now I don't have kids is because I find myself, I do not want to I don't want to impregnate someone's child and be a repeat of what my dad did to me. I would love to be in a family whereby we live in the same household, you know? So if in Pregisile, I would actually appreciate if we actually just live all of us and raise our kids together. So with me, what happened in my life is I met a girl. She had a child. So I met this girl. She has a child. She comes straight after varsity. Got a child from while she was about to finish varsity. Fall pregnant for another guy. Comes back home, and now she has a child. The guy wants nothing to do with the child, and I get in a relationship with the girl, right? Um, Now yeah, yes, this is I hear people, it's painful to raise children that are not yours and you find out. I feel like that's the worst experience ever. But another painful thing is raising a child that's not yours and get attached to that baby. Because it's not just an object, you know? It's not just a thing or a car that you go like, seyahlupha manje, it's leaking oil. No, I just closed the oil. Fuck, I'm selling it. You get attached to that child. You love it. You understand it. You you want your presence to count as much as you're in a relationship with the mom. You at the time financially, I wasn't doing well at all. I was just a guy who's just hustling. And with me, I was born with dyslexia, so I'm dyslexic, proudly so, you know. Um, I had so much difficulties in my high school life. I had to go through so much. But believe me, I'm one hell of an amazing businessman. I when I say one hell of an amazing businessman, meaning that I work hard for anything that I had to put myself into. If I have to study something, I'd fail it 20 times until I get it right and do it. And that's the type of person that I am. I have never let I've never let something called dyslexia stand in my way, you know? I've tried things that they couldn't even make sense, where people go like, hey man, that thing is difficult, and I'd fail it. And that's the honest truth. I'd keep on failing it. Go back again and try. Keep on failing it. Find other people in that very same classroom. Try it again until I get it right. And life goes on, you know? But the one thing I want to say is, so now it was just a brief, you know. So now I'm in this relationship. We're raising this beautiful girl called Olwami. And so now, when you're in a relationship, so we start making plans, because when you're in love, you're young, you make plans that let's try find a ground whereby we raise Olame together, you know? Let's move out. Let's take the risk and move out, you know? We'll see how we provide. I've got something in plan. I'll try 1, 2, 3, and maybe you can try 1, 2, 3, you know? And we could actually move on, with our lives. But here's the thing. When you get in that relationship, you now that one person that is at the time you're raising someone's child, and you get to forget that sometimes there is even reality to that. Reality, I mean that when tables turn on you, when you have to know that you are not the father, you know? Not something that even if you do know, but you do everything you can. So now you're the guy, you're hustling for Olwami. You've got cousins and family members who constantly remind you, that's not your child. Chief. You know how it is in the black community, Mos. Sumtana aku, chief. It's not your child. Come on, why bother yourself? You know the feeling of paying crash, and then you're even told that Olwami needs 1, 2, 3. It's even in demand. It's like you are the dad, which is you are. You said you'd love her and cherish her. So even when they want something from you, they call you, tell you, Olwami is sick. You need to come back, walk to the clinic, take Olwami and walk together to the clinic, because mommy is doing something somewhere. So here's what happened. What happened is, the woman that I was with at the time, I'm gonna put it this way, Ngumchita, I have no job, I am just hustling, making ends meet. I'm not even making 5,000. Maybe I'm making that 1.5, maybe that 3,000, maybe that 500 in a week. Maybe my mom will send me that 300 or 250. You're just covering cost where you can, you know? But then here's the thing. Olami's mom, I'm gonna put it this way, she was a very beautiful woman. She still is, I believe, wherever she is. I'm gonna say was because she's the past in my life. So I'm not saying she's not anymore. But she was a very attractive woman, a very beautiful girl with a beautiful body that made every person la khona question ukuthi why you with that guy or wawuna lo mjita loyo akana next wawuna lo mnyamani, like people like should would make it a joke, like ha 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 ha. Hey, someone says why now, and we laugh about it because I mean I've got guys, I've got, I believe I've got an okay sense of humor, um so now it starts with the little things, the number sharing. The number sharing is saying Uti, he's my friend, you know? He's my friend. I'm just talking to this person, is my friend. And now you remember that we're trying to figure ourselves out, but no one knows Uti Pambilu Impilo Yawanjan. You understand? And you seem, according to her, the way things may be, it's like you are stuck. Because now, when I say it's like you are stuck, it's because that friend takes you out for lunch with your other friend. So they tell you, no, Dr. Banbani, young guy, don't even, this doctor guy, I never met him. All I got the description is a very young guy, great guy, drove the ST Sangena at the time, So now like, oh no, he's taking me and my friend out just for lunch. Ah, come on, he likes my friend, babe, not me. But you don't want to be the guy that goes like, why you are insecure? Because women have a way of making a man feel very apologetic for their wrong actions. I'm not speaking for women right now, I'm speaking for men. And I know that someone will say, yeah, but men do that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in general, that they have a way of making men feel that now you need to be apologetic because do not be bossy, do not try and be in control. I'm not your possession, or I'm not a property to you. I can't even have lunch with friends. Come on, And then you put your guard down. You put your guard down. Go like, it's fine. You know what happens when they go for those lunches? You staying with that child. You're babysitting. You understand? When they going for those lunches and whatever, you babysit that child. You love it. You love that child with every little bit of you, And then, long story short, is one day I was walking. It's hot. I'm walking and a car comes, right? She comes in a car. The car passes, but I see it's her. Some baki, Olami's mom. So ibaki yandlula. Mindlula, it's a very nice baki with mag rims. When VVTIs were still new, but they put mags in it, and it doesn't look like a workhorse. It looks more luxury, I'm even, as a guy, I love cars. I'm into business of cars. As a guy, as loving cars, I'm even admiring it. Like yo, yeah, I know this is nice, So where we lived, it was like a 2-bedroom so, I see they drop her off. She comes out with KFCs. I get there. I'm like, who's there? It's like, no, it's that guy who. I'm like, but why it looks like you guys are getting close? Like, no, but I told you, he likes my friend. So I was with my friend in the car. So he's like, oh, let me drop you off. So now, one time he's like,
no, 10K to go. Talk,
So
kuluma bafuturi.
so yeah, sorry, Hari. So one time is like, you know what? This guy says, do you mind? There's this place, Asambeni, just to have 2 drinks. I'm like, "Eshangna mali." But let's go, you know. So I think I remember 150. When we get there, this guy comes out, in his shoes. It's like, no, guys, don't worry about it. I'll pay. But the thing about it is, you can tell that this guy is trying to, I don't know how to put it in English. He's trying to measure me or find a way or
Ulahlisa
something. Yeah?
side.
Besides ukulahlisa side, yabo the thing yokuthi
I feel like he was outclassing him in his presence.
yes, that thing yokuthi ufuna ukumbona lo mjida ukuthi ubani, so that you can tackle on that, you know, so that you can come strong and know ukuthi akana game lo, you know that thing yokuthi who's your boyfriend, and then ukhona ukwazi ukuthi hi boyfriend akayina game, you know, that type of thing. So now we get there, this guy Vele is busy talking, hey, STDs, what, man, talk about Durban July, you know. Now we drive back in the ST, totally lift, my baby. I'm holding all up. So my girlfriend is sitting at the back. I hold the hand, but she kind of moves it out, you know. And then we got in the house. I'm chilling, you know. Not that I'm stupid. I think chilling what. Not that I'm stupid. I see what's happening, you know. But I decide to do what? To put my gut down and say, as in, let me focus on myself. And my only joy in whatever is going on, it's this baby in front of us, you know. I talked to her, dude, we've got plans together, you know, gahle. Let's not jeopardize what we have. We've got a daughter in front of us. Let's raise our daughter together. And that day I was told, Wuti, yes, I understand that you've been good to Olami, but you need to know that's not your daughter. That's my daughter. Do you understand? So, so now you're like, what do you mean? He's like, no, you need to know that, Guti. That's my, like, you need to understand, Guti, that's my daughter. Yes, you're there for her, and I can tell that she loves you, but I feel like you're taking time away from me, from my daughter. You always, like she's trying to create a story, Guti. This child is like freaking what old she was, Olami, 2.5 years now. It's like you're taking time from my daughter, turning her against me. Now it's just you know, it's like we're having this funny fights that man kulma wuti, you didn't open the door for me because it was raining. Instead of you arguing about rain, now you guys are arguing the fact. Now the argument goes like, yeah, but it was raining outside, and then someone says, yeah, but the kettles wasn't boiling. You get it? Like it's confusing now. You know, so now it's really confusing with how when we're talking about rain or kettle, you know, or maybe you talk about certain things, now it escalates into something else. But anyway, so the breakthrough of the story is she took Olami to her grandma, and I'm alone in the house, and it's a Saturday. I'm calling her at 4. She says, no, I'm coming back. I'm gonna come back at 5, 5:30. I'm doing my hair. So 5:30, I'm calling her. It's okay, hey dude, let me come fetch you because it's far. And I'm calling her. She's like, no, I'll pick you up. No, I'm gonna finish up. Don't. Oh, she says okay. Then she sends a text that no, don't come. I will finish up. I'll bring myself. I'll come back. Now whatever. So I walk to the salon because I didn't see the text. And when I get there, they tell me, no, she didn't come here, you know, but she said she was here. So I'm like, I go back. Now I call her, send it. So I call her, she picks up. I'm like, but I would just walk to the salon and they said you're not there. And then she's like, why are you obsessed with me? You know? Why are you so obsessed with me? What's your problem? You're so obsessed with me. You're stalking me. I've got no peace. That's why I said I wanted to go to the salon because I just wanted a peace of mind from you. You are toxic. I'm like, how? I'm toxic. Like, yeah, you're toxic. You fucking toxic. You know, and some girl says, Mchele mngani. It's toxic.
Oh my God.
You know? Fine. I'm toxic. It's okay. Let it be so. You know? Yes, this is the most painful thing, gents, is the fact ukuthi ufonela umuntu wakho iringe akudrope, umfonele i-off, ithi 7:30 to 8 iringe, ufone futhi at maybe 7:30 uzame futhi kokugcina bayidrope or bangayidropi if ingene ku-voicemail then ibe off. Ufone ngo-10 iringe. Then in the middle, ibe off. Ibuye after isikhathi umbone online ukuthi nangu lo muntu la. This person is online. Umtexte angakuphenduli. I understand. Angakuphenduli due to the fact ukuthi you're not doing it. Angisho namali wena. uNkulunkulu mangathi ubelieve uNkulunkulu akakublessanga or soze akublesse in the eyes of whoever who thinks is in touch, or Mother Nature, for those who believe in Mother Nature, whatever that blesses you, I blessang empilweni, or they believe ukuthi you stuck empilweni yakho, right? Then mfethu uphume uthathe walk, ungazazi ukuthi uyaphi, you understand? Take a walk, just walk. You know, walking ngaphandle, thinking ukuthi buying a cold drink. I remember I went to go buy Groovy cold drink. That was our bread money. Thinking ukuthi that coldness of that drink might, you know, soften something in me. But no food is coming in. You know, you send a text. You even try and apologize. It's baby, look, I'm sorry. You know, where are you? I'm worried. Sanda Sam. You get angry. You feel like I'm shy, you know, like me, you've never been a girl before in your life. You're like, I'm shy, and then deep down, you even come down in that, going like, baby, no, come on, I'm sorry. Where are you, love? Can you please pick up your phone? You know, because you know what happens when mawungana span, ungasebenzi, we out, une girlfriend enhle, that is your pillar of strength, and that's a big problem. To amachita maningi, that is your pride. That's what you have, nyana. Ukuthi I've got Olwami, I've got you. Let me push. You know, even if ngisemajiteni, mere grand. You know, noma ngimile ngithi guys ngiyahamba, mere me text ukuthi ngibuye. When you're walking back, you're like, I just want to do great by those people. You know, fine. The next day, she comes back, she gets in, she's looking hella beautiful. Proper, the hair, the clothes, Nugela, the perfume, the ass, the nipples. She's proper. She walks in and she takes her clothes and she says, "No, I'm done." I'm like, "Hey?" Like, "Oh no, I'm done. I'm leaving." I'm like, "Okay." It's like, "No." She wants to try the movie thing. It's not me, it's you. I'm like, come on. Svatala, what's happening? Are you dating the doctor guy? So I push her into saying, and then she's like, yeah. Or I ended up saying, no, I do understand. Just tell me the truth. And she's like, yeah, I'm dating him. I've been dating him. We had our first sex last night, and yeah, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so Olwami, what about Olwami? She says, no, but Olwami is not your child.
Oh my
She's
God.
not your child. Why do you ask me about Olwami? You've got no business with Olwami. I need you to stay away from Olwami.
How old is this lady at this point?
At this point, maybe I was
at that point in the story. Yes, at that point in the story.
yeah, that's what I want to say. At that point in the story, maybe in a 22. Yeah, now not
How old
21
was
because we were 1 year difference. Yeah, maybe 1 year difference. 23. I'm not sure. Maybe I was 23 and not 22, but we were somewhere there.
Okay.
Yeah. Not for the first time in Billionaire, my Puma Luchera, a break, a color boy. 99. I was a color boy. I've actually, but not that color boy. I'm that day. That day, boy, that day. Boy, not kind of loguti just coming out tears. Loguti, you're alone. You're like, not to show you, boy. Like, feel healing, boy. Yeah, makuthi boy, kushona lokuthi ngathi ungahambi. And
Where's
and
Olwami now?
she's at her grandma's. She took her to her grandma.
No. Leave the story. At this point, how's your relationship with Olwami? Today, how's your relationship with Olwami?
Today my relationship with Olwami is quite great. She's grown. I'm not a biological father, of course, but Umamake, she's not doing so well. Umamaga Olwami, she actually passed away due to not uphuza amaphilisi. So after we broke up, she went on with her life, and thank God angaze ngagula empilweni yami, and akazange ngigulisa. But I guess rumor says, let me just say, rumor says ukungaphuza amaphilisi. Apparently she got infected and izinto azambanga kahle, so she took her medication proper, and then at some point she what defaulter, and then she got back, and then at defaulter, because I remember one time ngakumbona Gubo, she wasn't looking so great, because with me, after Lapayana, I moved to Joburg. I moved to Joburg. I moved to Joburg. After Joburg, I came back home. Long story short, I owned a club, Vala. I started going to other things, adventuring. And so when now so this is the reason why in Funis Kulume, I would like for you guys to engage in it. So now after Umamaga Olwami, after she I don't know, Olwami's dead, how to find him, or Ubabake, her mom has never spoken about him, never told anyone about Olwami's father, Bugubani. She never engaged in it. Maybe we one night stand if I sit. I don't know, but when Olami's mom was sick, I made a promise with I'm gonna take over Olami because she asked to see me, and I said, I'm gonna be there, So I take care of her financially. She's the love of my life. She's everything. I'd rip out every part of me to see her happy. That's my daughter. I've loved her from the first time I've seen her. If I get in a relationship, you need to try and get along with her because she's everything to me. She's in my hand and in my tat. I've got a tattoo like Sandlin. She's just everything. I'm into cars, so I'm not meaning to brag, but as young as she is, it's special dedication to her. Now she knows, this is my car, So now the only problem we have is her sister. At first, if Femela Kiboy right, we were fine, but now her oldest, my Olami's mom's sister, say Labant Labuti, now they're fighting Uti. I mustn't see her, Now they telling me, Guti, hey, Bona, they went to a Sangom, or a prophet told her that, Mina, I sacrificed Olami's mom to be where I am. And I was like, dude, come on, guys, I broke up with that person a long time ago. Like, do you understand? Like, it was like long time ago. I was so young. Like, I'm 28 now. It was like long time ago. It was not even today. They're like, yeah, no, we went there. You sacrificed her. We went to 2 prophets, and now you want to sacrifice Olami, make a ritual. What if you sleep with her? I'm like, guys, I've been raising this girl child half of my life and sacrificing her. And now they're forcing to take her into. She's not doing well financially. They're forcing to take her into a public school. So I'm getting her. I'm fighting for her. like proper, you know. When I get to know a girl, I hardly tell them about Olami because I don't want to explain myself. But I'm fighting for her proper, you know, proper. Yeah, my guy.
I don't know. I appreciate your love for Oluwam. It would have never been me. I swear, it would have never been me. When I met a woman who has a child, the moment I learned that she has a kid, it's either I don't continue with the relationship, or if she agrees, she keeps the kid as far away as possible from me. I have attachment issues. Once once I get to know the kid, I'm likely to love the kid and I'm likely to attach to the kid. And I've seen it crash the kid when I ash. So what happened is it was a young girl, and we used to play around the house, bro. Like, you would swear there's two kids in the house. Like, we would play soccer inside the house, and the mother would be there laughing and everything. So we stopped seeing each other. She moved on and had another guy. But guess what would happen? They would be walking in the mall and walking at the mall, and then the kid sees me. She comes running. Now, you know, and all of this was like playing in me, and I was like, I'm never doing this nonsense again. So no, but where I'm going is, I don't think you might love Oluwami. I respect all of that, but you're not immediate family ka Mawaki. You're not a biological father ka Oluwami. I don't know if you have grounds to fight for Oluwami.
I do. Let me tell you something. I think jealous something. It's not an easy. I'm not fighting for Olami because angikhona ukuthi ngahamba ngenza abantwana out there, or
He made a
because of
promise.
any. No, it's not because of the promise, dude. I've met Olami when she was not even. I started dating her mom when she was one. Olami was 1 year old. But I've met Olami. I started meeting and staying with Olami. Not staying meaning ukumvakashela ukuhlala nabo, when Olami was like 5 months old. So from then until we started dating when she was 1 year, and until now that she talks and she's a little girl, I mean, I've supported Olami throughout. Even the time whereby me and the mom were not talking, singakhulumi, it came to a point of she ended up, because Olami would be like, Olami was young at the time. She was 2.5. When she was 3, she ended up telling me that, look, I know that you love Olami. I've moved on and I fucked up, but if you wanna see her, you could see her. And stupidly so, I went back and I kept on supporting Olami. Let me tell you something. That biological family, for now, or for whatever reasons they have, they will not give Olami the financial freedom that I can. They will not be able to support Olami the way mina ngibona ukuthi ngakhona. And I get it. Ukuthi abo aunt bakhe, they tryna fight into saying ukuthi no, yeah.
I fear a case where we discuss this till 11 o'clock. Can I ask for a favor? May I ask?
Sure.
Please. Try and see a psychologist. If you can, also see a lawyer. These two people, I feel it's important. Try see a psychologist. It sounds like you have the financial muscle to do it. So try and see a psychologist. Try see a lawyer. Psychologist is to assess how this is affecting you, right? And how, like, you have your view, but it's to assess how the view is like built up, and if it really works for you and Oluwami.
Sorry, Gugvala, when it comes to a lawyer, I'm already getting it. I already have. It's just that the case is just ongoing. I already have, for now, I already got custody. Like, the court recognizes me. Na lawyer yami say we cracked that. So I have her almost every 2 weeks of a weekend. That I have her. Nyalo, which is Nyalo all yazi ukuthi athi ngitshele la olamahlala khona manje. She can talk and she will tell you, listen, Dad. Like when we're telling, she'll tell you that no, Daddy, I wanna come live with you. I'm not comfortable in that house. They shout at me, they're telling me to wash dishes, they take my shoes and give it to Nkulu. When you buy me something, they're telling me that whatever that you bought, they're telling me that Daddy, you're not a cheese girl. Stop acting like a cheese girl.
Wow.
So I got her a tablet because she wants us for it. So I was like, no, go share amounts. I'd give Olanu one piece of cake. I'll check how many kids are there. But obviously I'm going to tablet. So I was like, no, share, play with them with that. You know what? Just this is for all of you. So when I gave it, I said, Olami, this is for all of you in this house because everyone was there. I'm saying you play with others. You know what they did? They took that tablet and they gave it to the older sister or the cousin ya Olwami. And Olwami, when one time as a kid, because she went like, look, but my daddy bought me this tablet. The tablet, they beat her up. I had to take Olwami to the clinic. Then because I was seeing her the next day because she was a bit bruised on the side. And all they said was that Olwami is lying. She was fighting with the younger one. And they didn't. But she tells me, with no, they beat me up. And she'll show me things like, now she even says like horrible things. Like the other day we're talking, and then I don't know what happens. And then she says, I don't know what she was doing. She said, and then she tells me something that has to do with the raiming. She goes like raiming. But I'm like, what are you saying? She said, raiming. I said, what's that, baby? What do you know about that? She says, I don't know, but I know that it has to do with like adults, something that adults would do. And then she told me that in the house, sometimes Auntie Maggie will be like in the other room, like she'll be like and like a whole lot of shit. Like I'm not odd in that house. So Mina deep down, dude, I'm gonna have her back. I'm gonna take my daughter back, and I'm tall. So even if I have to pay $1 million, for her to see her and get her a nanny, someone who who would groom her and talk to her, I'll do it without a blink of an eye, and I'll do it. And believe me, out as out as I am, if I wanted to take Olami in a way, they wouldn't even go to the police and say shit. I would have done it without a blink of an eye. But however, angifuna ukumthatha ngendlela enhle, not the other way around. But if shifts comes to shovel, I will ngizobafikela now.
I
Wait,
bet, bruh,
Monk,
her mother must be turning in her grave wherever she is. She must be turning in her grave, bruh. The extent
Monk,
to which you actually, is
Monk,
mad.
before I let you go, my brother, I beg you. It's a good thing that you already have a lawyer. But remember this. There's stuff that you went through yourself. When Olwama comes, I pray you win the case. I pray you get to stay with her. But when she comes to stay with you, she should find you in a state of mind that is healthy for her and you. Hence, I'm asking, go see a psychologist, either for free or a private one where you're going to pay money, but go see someone, talk to someone about what this is, how it has been affecting you, how you view it, everything. So that by the time the case gets to be concluded, mentally, in a case you win and you get to stay with Olwame, you are healthy to stay with the teenager. You are healthy to raise Olwame. You understand what I'm saying? I'm asking that you do that. And remember, it's actually important for you and it's important for her.
No, I'm gonna even take her. Look, I thank you so much for the advice. Look, as soon as Izinto were right, I'm even gonna take her to go to a psychologist.
Yeah, both of them need to go actually. Yeah.
Yeah, but
And I
Monk
would
has to
want us
start
to
now.
even do. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. I promise, I'm gonna do that. I would want us to even do um her doing it alone, and then we do it together at the same time, where we sit, have an understanding. Look, I'm not saying Guti I'm gonna be the best parent ever or whatever the case may be, but and the one thing that I even told my mom the other day is, once this whole thing is done, I'm not giving my grandma or anyone to raise her. I'm raising her by myself because I'm so protective of her ngendlela ukuthi, I don't care if who says what. I've been raising the child from a very young age. I've been coming back, ngimfeeda, ngimsula, ngimgezisa. I'm still doing it. Namanje ngisamgudla maze lana. Ngimgcokise amafutha nani. And I mean, it's I'm raising her. She's a part of me, so I'll do everything that I can to make sure that she gets the best life possible. She gets more than what I've ever could get, mina emhlabeni. You understand?
I get you, bro. I'm gonna let you go now. But
Yeah.
remember this. You need to go as soon as possible to see a psychologist, so that by the time Olwan moves and stay with you, your mental health is at least at a better state. You are ready, so that she can go, and then by that time you're the father that is assisting her to go through her mental journey, so that then you can go together. So as soon as yesterday, you should start with your journey of mental health. And thank you very much for coming in.
Hey, cheers, gents. Thank you so much for the platform, eh?
Hey man,
I
shout out to you.
I hope to join you again the next time. Good life here, it's quite amazing. It's quite amazing.
We appreciate your
no,
presence.
Hey,
Lebzoro.
I
Wonderful
just
for
gave
you.
you a
Madoda
follow. I just
amakhulu,
followed you. I just followed you. I
nina
will text you. We'll
nindenzele
talk.
izinto engingazaziyo namhlanje. Ubona ndimandi nyamalala ndiphinde ndibuye, guys. Hayi, azange ndikhale kangaka namhlanje. In my entire life, that last time I was crying like this, it's when my mother was calling me and tell me that my sister just passed away. This live was so emotional today, guys. I don't want to lie. And
The tops while Stu Lebzoro is talking, please request.
And yeah, guys, hey, nivuse amanxeba man.
Kwathina self Lebzoro.
Yeah, nivuse
Everyone
amanxeba
started.
madoda. Hey, nivuse
Yeah,
amanxeba.
everyone started digging
Life,
deep into their things, eh?
Yeah, but ke sifunda ngohlobo, siyakhula madoda. Thanks guys about this about the topic here namhlanje. Hey, guys,
You know, Saschilo, the fact that we actually, when we discussed this on Wednesday, on Thursday, Sabonuba Norman, Sunday's live is going to be different. We felt it coming. Like honestly, Sunshine said it, Anele said it, Namda Bonoba. If we are going to really try to restrict people and get questions, it's not gonna work because people need to allow themselves. And I saw this coming. I'm like, you know what? This is not gonna be a normal live, but it was absolutely necessary.
Yeah,
hey, bro.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. Sabulela madoda, hey, kuzolunga.
Hey, guys.
The tops.
Hey, Matot. I think tomorrow we need a meeting, guys. Yeah. Let me 1 minute. Can you give me 1 minute? After I've had a testimonial for Songam up, I've got 2 kids that I'm raising. I met them when in 2017 one was 5, another was 8. I dated their mother. 2 years later, she passed away. abantwana bazinto abanatyala. They know me as their father. One is now 13 years old and one is 8 years old.
Wow, that drops.
They now know that I'm not their father, but they can't, they're sticking to me. They know I'm not their father. They're sticking to me as their father. It's something sometimes when I'm happy to have them. I'm happy to have them. And I take them as my children. And there's no time where I say to them, you're not my kids. But there are questions sometimes. Lo mdala will ask, do you mean you will ever get married without telling me? Yebo. But now she's concerned. That was last year. Now she's concerned about something. Tata, you're not telling us about anything and you're getting old.
Oh.
So they know I'm not their father, but they see me as their father. It's another story that is similar to that one, but it's not the same story. Yeah. It's fine. Guys, let Master 10 get but I just felt like I should share this one.
Please finish your story, that Tops. Please finish.
Do you feel okay to continue, the Tops?
Yeah. If you guys can go to my videos, you will see my children with me. Many people say they look like me. They do because bakhuliswa ndim for a long time. Banezimbo zam, yonke into yabo ifana nam, surround sonke, yebo, because ndiyakuthanda ukutya, baphela bethanda ukutya nabo, yebo. Those kids, when I met them, they didn't like meat. They eat meat a lot now because they met me. Yebo. So how they speak, Anel, you will think the girl, especially the girl, you will think she's mine. Yebo. Because she's used to me. Yebo. I'm this person that loves people, not only children. I love people. When I meet you, I will love you. So I love these children from when one was 8 and when one was 5. I'm telling you, one is 8, one is 13, but you will think they are mine now. I don't want to speak a lot, guys, but we are going through a lot. I so wish we can, as men, especially men, we can open a space that is conducive, or a space where everyone feels secured and loved. Not only children, women as well. Not only women, men as well. Where Anele knows that I'm secured and I'm where Utobani is. Where a child will come to me and feel like he is or she is secured. Where a woman or a grand old woman, whomever, will come to you, Ash, and say, I feel secured wherever you are. I feel taken care of. I feel loved. That's my all.
That Tops, good one. Do you have kids of your own?
No, he doesn't.
I don't.
He doesn't.
Well, he's got 2.
I don't.
The Tops.
One is 13, one is 8.
So good.
I love that the kids already know the truth. They already know that Ango Tata Wabo, biologically speaking. And I love that they love you still. I feel it's only fair. I feel it's only fair that you answer their questions, because there's a chance that they fear that if they lose you, then they'll have no one else. So I'm not a smart man. I don't know these things, but it's just that I feel that could be the case. Hence the question. So they want to know, Uti, what happens if we get married? They want to know if are you planning to do anything with them when you start your own family that is not them. And I think it is only fair that you make them aware that regardless of what is going to happen, they're not going anywhere. That way they will stop asking the questions, but they won't just stop asking the questions. because you've stopped them. They won't ask the questions because now they are secured. They comfortable. They know that come rain, come sun, we are here. We're staying here. So I feel you have to answer those questions and you have to be honest.
Yeah, but Anele, let me say one thing. I don't have plans. I don't think in my life I will ever dream or have a vision without them. Those kids are my blessing.
Yeah.
And
Make sure they know this, the top. Make sure they know this.
Uleb Zoro is surprised by now because he thought I've got 2 kids. The way I love them.
Yeah.
Make sure Lendicho at the tops is good, heartwarming, but you're saying it to the wrong people. Make sure they know it. Make sure they know it. Yeah. Make sure when they wake up in the morning, they know that there's no plan of yours that excludes them.
The point of Anele is this, ne? When I speak to people, Lebzoro, you remember when I said I've got 2 kids.
Yes.
They are not mine. So yes, Anele, I get you, bra. But whenever I talk about my kids, I always say I've got 2 children.
Ndiyakuva the tops. Into benindibizela yona apha bobuti. Into benindibizela yona apha bobuti indoba we need to conclude, we need to sleep. Abanye bethu bayajola, we need to call our people and so on and so forth. So
akekho umuntu ongathatha ukamama madoda nje for a day anyamalale nje angabonakali ku-social media. Hey, bakhona amadoda.
Can God let it happen? Because wow, fam, like.
So
ndibone indoda ilolimela madoda, andithethi ndwinye, ndibone indoda ilolimela. Kunzima madoda apha phandle.
Yes, before Anela thethe,
the topic
ndiqale ndamjonga ukamama akekho apha. Omnye wabantwana bakhuliswa ndim ke kwii-teams zam ngumntana kabrother kakamama.
Oh really?
Thetha ke bhuti.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. Awufuna umthatha ukamama Tatops?
Umntana webrother kakamama, ukamama ungenaphi yena kushadeni diamond. Guys, back to the topic. So I personally feel like today was productive. I feel like a lot happened. I feel like if you believe Tumba, means that but we did the much we could do. And it is for that reason that I feel the work has been done for today. And what I liked with Ash is the synergy. I didn't have to say it to him and he didn't have to say it to me, but we just got to understand that we should let people talk. We should not limit them. We should not ask more questions. We should just let people talk. And we do not discuss that, but it just happened.
It just happened.
So I feel the topic, Brother's Keeper, was tackled, and we gave reasons, we gave examples, we gave scenarios. We even went as far as saying even strangers. There's a guy that used his firearm to protect a stranger, risking his own life. So we really spoke about being a brother's keeper, and went as far as saying you don't only become a brother's keeper to your immediate family or to your friends, even to men you don't know, men you meet on the streets. There's a guy that came in and spoke about those guys above Alama potholes and says, when you give them a 2 rand is to say, hey, yo, I see your struggle, man. I see your hustle. So I feel like we went in deep and we Yes, the live was emotional.
It
I'm not a
was.
person who normally gets emotional. I don't know what happened. But the live was emotional.
Abantu kama mabekhona Thixo apha ebukela indoda yakhe ilila.
She was.
Ufuna wahamba kodwa akazange ihambile.
Oh,
She was. So I feel like the live was emotional, but I feel like a lot has happened. You see the live that I suggested where there's no topic, and where Ash said he'll host it, where there's no topic. We just come in and we say whatever we feel. You go on. I think we need it. And I'm gonna go on and say the tops. I'm gonna start here at Gauteng. I'm gonna go around looking for places where psychologists are for free, right? I'm gonna talk to people. I feel we need to have these people because if I knew this session was gonna be this way, I would have invited Akona to join the psychologist I was talking about that the other day to join this live. But I also feel maybe we didn't need him because we didn't need to be diagnosed this time. We just wanted to talk.
It was perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you notice, Anele, before you continue, do you notice we had everything in control up until one man shared his story? Up until one man shared his story. I'm not saying we've lost control. We had everything under control, but a person who shared his story, everyone felt like I've got something to say, which was helpful for this live.
I think when at the tops ye kulaa nto yala chap ikhona ichap ibithe before I think uMan K ebesithi before you uncede umuntu kufuneka uqale umnike i-background yakho wena uhlale naye phansi umcacisele uba mfonini ndikuthengela le toiletry bag nje into yoba ndiyayazi ndandikhe ndalapha kule situation before and so ivele ndayibona kwalapho ndaqonda ingathi kuzawushuba andayibona athi ingathi izawushuba.
You know, Lebzoro Uztemba sometimes is a problem because in here with confidence, I'm like, okay, use X, ugly situation aguyo. I know I can go in. I know I'm not an emotional person, so I can tell my story without being emotional. But now, thinking about to say X on the other end, and also thinking about myself, got to me.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I feel like the work for today was done. So do you guys have a suggestion for the topic we're gonna be discussing on Wednesday?
Okay, on Wednesday. Can I listen on Wednesday? But mna ndicela ibe freestyle on Sunday. Next Sunday.
I think freestyle left masinike uAsh wena bhuti.
uAsh tells I host I live freestyle when
Okay.
Ndicela usuggesta futhi. Since uAsh
Okay.
Since uAsh as I hoster le live freestyle. Bendicela a co-hoste nomnye umuntu ongendimanga kula live yakhe. Klando besithe sifuna kube kwimbuso. Do you understand? Ndicela uisuggesta lona nmazi uAsh yena uzobona njani.
Ash khawuthetha bhuti use-X na makaphefumule cause ndirhalela yena bhuti.
Xolo madoda bensayenza ikhankeli. Yeah, so and as I don't know who I can co-host with, ne? It's going to be a freestyle. So while we freestyle, I'm not sure if there really needs to be like a specific structure or anything like that. But yeah, there should be somebody from this live as in co-host and I, so that people have a sense of familiarity, so that next time they see me live, Manfumana Ndile Gule live, then they know that okay, so there's a thing that is going on here about men's conference and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think it has to be amongst from you guys. Can be Uta Tops, can be
It's
Ulebzoro,
gonna
can
be
be
the X.
Use.
It's gonna be the X.
Okay.
Sir
Say
X.
X it is then.
Danko,
Sir
Danko
X.
Sir
Say
X.
X it is.
Mm.
Okay.
It's gonna be the X.
That's fine. Okay.
Okay.
Remember,
And then
guys,
yeah,
Sir
I'll
X uye uthe available to-host xa kukho isidingo.
Asimbuzi. The Tops. Asimbuzi.
akabuzwa kaloku.
Siyamxelela.
Okay.
Akabuzwa. Yeah.
Ukhumalo wants to Ukhumalo wants to request. So let's keep moving so that I can let him in.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Bendizawubuza
with regards to the
kule
topic, I don't
freestyle,
know what
are
other
we
options.
Yimani madoda, iMatalebs, I'm not sure uzohlala lenza ihlalela. I think mna enza ihlalela ye-next meeting. Whether we are meeting tomorrow so that ndiyazi uba ithini into ndiphume ke ngoku.
We obviously meeting tomorrow at 8 on your live. I don't know why this is up for discussion. So what we need to discuss now is what is the topic that we're gonna be deliberating on Wednesday. That's the norm. That's what we normally do, and then we break it down on your live on the Monday at 8. So that's what I'm expecting to happen right now.
Okay, it's fine.
Kwi-freestyle siyabafaka abantu abango-CC 2. Are we going to allow 2 guests, or are gonna be just a co-host and a host?
Masitiskaseni ngomso 8.
Danko.
Think about it. Think how you would like it to be. Wonke umuntu lapha, think how you would like it to be. Then ngomso 8 we discuss it. Ikhona enye into? Because I want us to get to the topic.
I don't think so. Let's go to the topic. If you have a topic.
I don't like suggesting topics. I want topics to come from the floor. Unhlakanipho says he wants to come in. Maybe he's gonna suggest a topic. He says it's about the topic. So who will give a room to for Unhlakanipho?
Okay,
I can give him a room.
Mata Tops. Makuphume mna man. Funeka kuhlala amagqala apha.
Okay. Yeah, good. Okay, faka uNhlaka ke bhuti.
Brother,
Ukhumalo, sorry sir, how are you?
I'm very good, my brother. Thank you very much to accept me back.
Okay.
I see the need as we are doing this for men. We give a platform for this emotional damage that most of men they are facing of staying with a child for 20 years that is not yours. After they found out this is not my child, what they go through, let us give them that chance to speak, because these are things that no one else can feel, only the person who's in a situation. Maybe if you can create a platform for them, the next topic talk about such things, what they go through. There are a lot of pressure they get, hold the gun, kill the woman, kill the child. They do all these funny things because it's like a bomb. They can't know, they can't get someone to listen to, which is what you went through. Now, what is the way forward? Because there's a lot of trauma that they go through, those people. None of us can imagine that. We don't understand what they go through. So maybe if we can talk about such things, can heal us a lot.
I think, let me say something, guys. I think, Kaka, we said we're going to have a freestyle. I think that one fits enough there. Where a man. Okay, Kaka.
Okay, my brother. I'm trying to say, my brother, well, this one we can't put it under that one because it might be a topic on its own. So that because this is a sensitive thing, my brother, where we can't be mixing it with other things. Is where we have to focus straight. Because being honest with you, my brother, I'm gonna just be straightforward. There is no pain like this in this world. There is no pain like this. It's something that we have to face it, so that we'll understand and know what to say to a person. If tomorrow I'm facing the same problem, I know how to approach him, what to say to him. Maybe I don't know. I'm making sense what I'm trying to say.
So Khumalo, when we phrase this topic, what do we call it?
Yes.
Trauma.
Ash?
Okay, I want to. I don't know if I'm gonna be correct. I wanna say trauma that you face after knowing that the child is not yours. But I think whoever can help try to minimize it. But it's a trauma. It's a trauma. The thing is a trauma.
So okay, Khumalo, I'm not saying the topic is not important. I feel it is, but you aware that the moment we do that, people who've not experienced it can't come in and say this is the trauma that I experienced. Ash, I'm gonna let you out quickly. Wait. I'm gonna let you out quickly. I'm gonna let in someone. There's something that she wants to do, and then you're gonna request again, please. Request, Alexis.
While still in the request, and Ntaka, I was not saying your topic is not urgent. I was not saying your topic is not urgent or important. I wanted it to be structured in a way where we can be able to tackle it, because it can appear on the freestyle as well.
I just want to scream. Thank you so much. Oh, I've been quiet for too long. Thank you so much for getting us to 200,000, guys. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Thank you so much. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much. Thank you. I broke the record. I got into the men's conference.
Bye-bye,
Thank you,
Ang.
Anen.
Thank you,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
As you were saying.
Okay, you're talking about me, Anele. Oh, okay. No, you can continue, my brother.
I was saying to you, my point was not that whatever that we're raising is not important or urgent, but I wanted the structure so that when we are having this freestyle, we might be structured in another direction. You see,
okay.
Because this one, what you're talking about, might appear on the freestyle as well.
Okay, yeah, I get you. I get you.
What you said, some have not.
Yeah, I get you.
Yes, guys, you can rest your fingers now. So now that this can't be the topic, or I think we agree that it won't be the topic, does anybody have like a suggestion for the topic that we're gonna have? What is the topic, Tambo? Please write it in the comment section.
Okay.
Let me give Tambo a chance. Let me go out. Thank you very much. And happy Father's Day, guys. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntaka. I hope Ntaka xa iphuma for Anele akafili bad ngathi ukhatyiwe, yabo.
Yeah, so I think Ntlaka, it's a very important topic that is raising. And I think I was thinking about it, step parenting for men. I think that's the name of the talk. Step parenting for men. It is very important. But however, I think we are still in the beginning stages. We are still learning how to crawl. We are still struggling with the identities of what a man is and who he is in society. So with that said, I think the step parenting topic, or stepfathering, being a stepfather, let's first focus on the father before we go on the step. I think there's going to be some things that we need to iron out before we get there. So that's why I say, we can put it at chapter 9 or chapter 10, but for now, maybe in 2 weeks' time. Maybe in 2 weeks' time. But here's my suggestion for the topics that we can then focus on.
Definitely on the into Unyanisile kodwa for now masimeni kancane.
Yeah.
I was busy writing this thing. Oh, Use X challenged me on this one. It's men cheating, and I was writing this thing, and then men cheating. Can I? Use X could actually be the why I wanna put it on a freestyle freestyle is because Use X there was a conversation I had with him, and then it was difficult to find ourselves in a footing, and then Use X suggested that maybe we should have just men cheat, and then why men cheat, and then it's not why men cheat, it's men cheating as if it's a syndrome, and then all I want to put to the suggestion.
All those who want this topic, all those who want this topic at Tambo, may they raise their hand.
No hand.
All those who don't.
My email guys.
Tambo, ingathi ayifuna le topic yakho. Mishi, you said you have a topic. Please write it in bold. Write it in capital letters.
Tambo.
Can I quickly ask a question, Blas? Before my
Tambo, I want
no,
to say something, Tambo.
it's not to provoke. It's not to provoke a possible a missile to the point.
Tambo.
It's not to provoke, but it's not to provoke a
No, don't
situation.
explain what it is or what is not. What is your what do you want to say?
I wanted to say why I wanted us to talk in a freestyle, not in specifics, and rather we let us loose, and then it is not to make sure that we are perfect in explaining it. It's freestyling, and why I wanted to bring it to the fort. It's
okay, Tam. So there is gonna be a freestyle. If you want to talk about cheating in that freestyle, nobody's gonna stop you. You can come in, you can say whatever. You can come in and say whatever you want to say about cheating. Remember, in that freestyle, there are no rules. You talk for as long as you want to and say whatever you want to say. So in that freestyle, you can come in. So can we now move to other things, Tam? Is there anything else you want to say before I let in another speaker?
No, I agree. I was hoping to, because Ulanduka Use X was gonna be in the freestyle co-hosting, and then I wanted to make sure that I thought I would make a point there. It was
okay, yes, you will.
Point.
Yes, you will, Tambo. Let me let in another speaker. There's a speaker that has requested. So let me let in another speaker. We agree with you. This topic will be good for the freestyle.
Okay, now I'll exit then.
Thanks, Tambo.
Yo, thank you, Prati. Yo, Tambo. Yo, Saling Tambo, guys.
Tambo is my favorite person in the world.
Siyamthanda Shem, and Saling Tambo.
I have a topic that, in the moment that we're still thinking of topics, I have a topic that I feel is never really discussed. Traumas caused to us by our mothers. I feel like I feel like we every day crucify men. We every day praise our mothers, but we never really face the scars they leave us with. We always massage the topic yoba kunabantu who grew up without fathers and it was not necessarily a father's.
I like your topic. I like your topic. And I want you to continue, but I want us to have I want us to use parents. Another one will face the same thing that you're going to talk about, but abe enotata, omnye abe enomama, engenatata. But I want you to hear you first. It's fine, you can continue.
We can say parents, but the point I'm like what I want to put light on is there's people who grew up without their fathers, and some even hated their fathers, right?
Yes.
Only to find out that the story they were told is not true. And some people, even on this live, I'm sure we would have one or two people who are not in a position where they would want to hear their father's story, because they're like, you've not been here, you've not been around since I was born, and I know the story my mother told me. So these people, if maybe they could give their fathers a chance and hear what the fathers are saying, and hear what the father, like with the father's story, and get the gist of everything, they would see that maybe what they were told is not the truth. So what I wanted to discuss is, we as men, we're the ones who suffer when the breakup happens. I'll tell you why I say this. If you're dating Uanga and you happen to have a kid with Uanga, if you break up with Uanga, you are likely to suffer and to be punished. Ngomdana lo wako, Anga is going to use umdana lo wako to punish you. And umdana will grow up knowing stories ka Anga. And I feel we every day talk about absent fathers, but we never really talk about how mothers that are present are hurting us, or hurting the kids, or twisting the story.
That's why, Anele, that's why I was saying, I like the idea. The idea is good. However, there might be someone who wants to say something, but they have experienced the mother's love and the father was, or whatever, but they've got a story of one person, whether it's a mother or a father. I don't want us to restrict it on one side. However, I agree with that one. I love it. For me, it's fine. And I've got a lot to say about that one. However, we might open for someone else who's got another story that is not but okay.
This is my last.
This
This is my last session that drops in the pool. Okay.
Ndiyakuvona Tatops ngale ndlela oza ngayo ngale ndlela ozama ukuyibeka ngayo, but I'm still with Anele xa isithi a lot of people will come here and say mna ndikhuliswe ngumama, and I end up ke ngoku esithi uthi Anele ke ngoku izikazi ezishiywa ngabo mama asithethi ngazo, kodwa siyathetha ngento yoba utata akazange abe khona empilweni yam. So I think the topic of saying that it's very sensitive, but let's tackle it. I think let's just go for it.
What I wanted to say, Tops, now we're speaking about bring brothers keepers. There's people who came in and said, Ubanban went through this and we listened. Do you understand? So Ash might come in and say, I have no scar that I can talk about from my mother, but I have a friend who suffered A, B, C, D. We're not going to close Ash outside because he did not experience this directly. Lebzoro might come in and say, I grew up with both my father and mother, but I have a friend whose father was denied access. They only met when the guy was old enough to go and see his father on his own. And only to find out maybe the reason the breakup happened, the mother cheated or whatever. But the point of it is that it happens every day. It's normal. that fathers are painted with the brush that they're painted with. Absent, useless, and everything. But we hardly speak about the scars that our mothers are creating on us.
Anele, I don't need to be
Guys,
stubborn.
xolo man.
I don't need to be stubborn.
U-Ash
I
uphunga
get it.
ikofu
Most of the
aphinde
time,
asele
look at
ne-oros.
Roman. I get it. I take the point.
You get it
But
now?
Yes. I don't need to be stubborn. I get the point.
I dislike
Ash, what are
when
you saying?
Yeah, I'm enjoying my mixed masala.
Lo live bengekho right guys at all. Angifuna ungatsho. Bengekho right lo live. Yeah.
So
what
from
I'm
now, here's
saying,
my
guys,
suggestion, guys. Like, I think any topic that revolves around us having to include other people's experiences should be excluded for now. So the topic of cheating, it takes into account now having to talk about women, what drives men to cheating. Then we have to talk about women as well. That's leading away from identifying a man and taking accountability on our part. That's why I would rather we have topics that engage on our identity and what is in our absolute control without the influence of other women. So that's my suggestions for the topics that we can talk about next. We have talked about what a man is, a man's responsibilities. How about then we talk about how to a man can elevate his frustrations, where to take your anger when you are angry, where to go when you are suffering. Topics surrounding our own responsibility. So I get leyo ukuthi abomama basikhulise njani. It's still not about men, it's about what our mothers inflicted on us. But what about the responsibility of how do we then act, Tina, as men in society? So I would still rather we have conversations around defining us, Tina, as men. We already know our responsibilities at this point. We already know
I
who
think
we are. Let's talk about how do we do who we are. How do we then unleash this potential as men into society? Where do we take our frustrations?
I think
Who do we talk to?
as you're still talking, I think one thing I like about your topic is we will have questions like, is there any help for men? Where can we get such help?
Exactly.
Is there something happening to help a man?
Yes. So I want to list the cheating. They involve other people. They involve other, let's talk about, I think as a continuation to my brother's keeper, where are you going to find those brothers to keep you? Because we spoke about strangers, helping strangers. Where are you going to find those brothers to keep you? Sikhona thina apha kwi-live nabo Anele. So you can come here so that we can keep you, how do you deal with the physical anger, the physical rage, the physical damage that we inflict on women? How do we teach men to control that? Do you advise men to go to the gym? Do you advise men to build enough physical strength to a point where they are very confident that they can fight and kill you? Because when a man is strong, he has less potential to actually want to fight, because he knows the damage that he can inflict on you and he can go to jail for that. So do we encourage men to then go to the gym and get stronger so that they feel confident and strong when they have conversations with people and not back away from, and turn into little simps and stuff like that? So I would rather have conversations around, that type of stuff. So I don't know. My suggestion would be, how do men deal with their anger and control their physical aggression? So that's just my suggestion.
I think we are running out of time. Let us take these two topics that Anel has just suggested and what Ash is suggesting. We don't have time now to explain thoroughly. So I think tomorrow, we are, Anele, what was your suggestion? It was about the trauma. Ne? I want to write it down so that I will remember tomorrow, because it'll be like that our mothers are living with. Yeah, uyazi but xa ubuzwa into ungakwazi ukuyiphendula.
So you see, Anil, the thing about, we want to talk about childhood, we want to talk about all of these traumas. We are already going through all of these things now.
Yes.
We are already angry, we are killing people, we are murdering. So let's talk about control. How do we control ourselves?
Ash, stop explaining. Tell me the topic that you're suggesting now.
Anger
So Ash
management for
topic
men.
here is anger management for men.
Yeah.
Okay. So guys, okay, Tata Anel.
I do feel both these topics are very important, and I do feel both these topics. Usnaye suggested that the topic iti, what is the difference between a man and a father? Should we put it in the list of topics we'll one day deal with, so that
Yes.
we check these two topics?
Chapter, I think that should come either before the topic so there has to become the cheating first, because the cheating topic is the one that creates multiple families. And then we have to talk about the step parenting, because the result of cheating and people having babies out of wedlock means that someone has to become a step parent. Then we can tackle that. And then we can tackle about the topic, what is the difference between being a man and a father? We already
Okay,
touched on being a man and a father in what is a man initially. You can be a father at 12 because akotata engine, So yeah.
So I think these two topics, they very important, both of them. Anger management for men and the emotional scars our mothers left on us. I feel both of them are important. And I feel we have to tackle both of them. I see what Ash is saying, or maybe should we have this discussion on tomorrow? Because I feel Ash.
Let's have it tomorrow on that meeting.
Let's have it tomorrow. Let's have it tomorrow. So
I've noted down both of these topics, guys. So we'll have them tomorrow.
Okay. The live, we're hosting the lives every Sunday at 6 o'clock. I thought this would end at 10, but yeah, here we are. And then we
as long kukho iminute nje edlulayo ungakwazanga uthetha nogama, it's fine for me. Continue.
And then we host the lives again on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. That's how the lives are going. Guys, is it possible that now we close the live? Like, been looking at you the whole time. I get digger sometimes.
Now we are Tanda, it's
So
fine.
I thought you love us. Why are you
at 8
tripping?
o'clock.
I thought you love us, G. Ish,
So we'll meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock in your house.
Yes.
Says that's Robs. To everybody that was part of this live, thank you very much, guys. We appreciate your support to the ladies. We appreciate even the guys that didn't request but were participating in the comment section. We appreciate your participation.